take your seats. But before you do so, there are interpretation devices. If you could pick them, that would be very helpful. No, she's online. She's online. Yes, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna slowly start, so please take your seats. Just for your information, there is interpretation provided today. There are interpretation devices here, so if you need it, please help yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the Just Transition Forum. My name is Adam Cvec. I'm head of European Green Deal unit, and it's a pleasure to welcome you here today. And together with our energy community team, we will be guiding you through today's event. For the beginning, first, let me say a couple of housekeeping rules, and welcome also to our online participants. There is an interpretation provided, so if you need it, please help yourself. There is also online interpretation available. So dear colleagues who are joining us online, please take the use of that. So welcome once again. Today's forum will be a very good opportunity to discuss key aspects of green transition challenges in the region, and a very important aspect of the green transition, which is what to do to make this transition fair and just. We have 4 panels ahead today. The high-level governance panel discussing how to plan the transition so it takes into consideration fairness, the rule not to leave anyone behind. We have also panels dedicated to different dimensions of just transition, the social dimension of just transition, environmental dimension, and we'll be also discussing where to look for the funds which are necessary for the challenge to materialize. Without further ado, I would like to invite to take the floor our Deputy Director, Mr. Dirk Buschle. Dirk, please, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot, Adam. Good morning, everybody. It really gives me great pleasure to welcome you here to our third Just Transition Forum in Skopje, North Macedonia. The Just Transition Forum was born a couple of years back when our previous setup, we called it the Sustainability Forum, became not necessary anymore, but it turned out that the sustainability aspect of our work is becoming a mainstream, is becoming the mainstream of our work in the energy community and also in the contracting parties of the energy community. So it was important that we shift the focus from our day-to-day work here in the capital, in other contracting parties and across Europe and the globe, to a rather specific aspect of the transition, and that is, as Adam has said, the justice, the fairness of the transition. By doing that, of course, we open a whole new range of questions, and the approach of our forum is to discuss these questions jointly with you, because the fairness, the just aspect of the transition is where it hits our everyday lives, your everyday lives, where it hits the population of countries like North Macedonia, of all other contracting parties of the energy community. And only together, I think we can develop good approaches, we can learn from each other, we can together make sure that this transition, which is visible, which has become visible and not only a concept that we talk about, is also implemented in a way that everybody is taken on board and taken along. North Macedonia is a country, and the choice of Skopje is not a coincidence, where the transition is already very visible. Maybe not so much visible and discussed yet in the population, but definitely the country has been a front runner in shifting its energy mix from coal, which is more and more depleted as well, to renewables. And the consequences of this massive shift for the population, for citizens, for individual groups in societies is precisely what we want to discuss, not only with the citizens of the country and with you, but also as it is of relevance for all contracting parties of the energy community. It is the impact of the transition that is the focus of our forum. And when we talk about the justice element, we count on the collective intelligence, creativity in the room and beyond, to make this notion a bit more tangible. Of course, you can say that would be a utilitarian concept of justice. The transition is just per se, because the alternative, if we don't get out of fossil fuels, if we don't transform our economies and our energy sectors, is climate change, unfettered climate change, and that will affect everybody's life much more severe than if we actually move ahead and shape the transition. So to engage in the transition, to actively engage in this transition is already an important element of justice. But what is equally important is also to talk about the fairness, the impact, and eventually the justice that comes with designing the measures intended to promote the transition. We are talking, we have been talking already this morning with local journalists here about measures that have been and are being applied all across Europe and in many regions of the world, giving carbon a price, for instance, carbon emission a price. The question again arises and will arise in the population, how do we ensure that this is applied in a just manner? As important as it is to give the signal that we are serious about fighting the impact of fossil fuel and the generation of electricity from fossil fuels on the climate and on the environment, to give the give a price to these emissions, which otherwise would have hidden somewhere in society. It is as important also to discuss about the impact, because we all know that without taking the population, taking all groups of the society along, that this will be a very simplistic discussion about whether the electricity, for instance, gets more expensive or not. So it is important that we all together discuss also the impacts of the measures, the instruments that are being used to shape the transition. In Europe, in the European Union, this goes by the name of the Green Deal, and carbon pricing is just one of the important instruments that also the energy community is starting to engage in a reflection, in a discussion about the design, and the social aspect, the justice aspect will be an important element of this design. There's a lot of other elements of what a just transition could be, depending of where you look from and which perspective you take. Think about the fact, and I remain on the topic of carbon pricing, that we are in an integrated market here in the energy community, a market for energy, and there's disparities. There's disparities of those in the European Union, of the generators of electricity, for instance, but also the industry that do pay a carbon price, and those in the Western Balkans, for instance, in essentially the entire energy community, contracting parties that do not pay such a carbon price. So you can also look at the just transition from the angle and from the impact of what is called the carbon border adjustment mechanism, to make sure that we create a level playing field. That's maybe not the perspective of each and every individual, at least not directly, but it is another important element of the just transition. So this is just an illustration of the many topics that we would like to discuss with you, not only to give this rather vague notion of what a just transition actually means, maybe a few more concrete dimensions, but also to learn from each other what we can take in ensuring that this transformation policy is not something that's done only by an elite, and very often an elite also inspired by ideas from the European Union, from Brussels, as it must, because that's where a lot of good ideas, including the Green Deal per se, have been born. But how this can be adapted, first of all, employed, deployed, but then also adapted for the local circumstances. And that's the legacy of our previous sustainability forum. As I said, sustainability has become our mainstream work, yet this inclusiveness, this importance of everybody representing citizens, particular working groups, particular regions, municipalities, but also civil society as a whole. To include you in this discussion is important. So we are not here to preach or lecture. We are really here to get your ideas, your answers, your problems to be put on our joint table and to find solution. The transition per se As I said, it is happening as we speak in North Macedonia and other contracting parties. The transition per se has crossed the point of no return. So there's no, make no mistake by believing that we are discussing whether or not countries will transform. They are already doing this. It is about the impact of this transformation. And with this having said, maybe just a few updates from the energy community. I said that sustainability, that was our previous buzzword for everything that has to do with the transformation, has become the focus of the energy community's work. And it is very visible also in the recent actions that have been adopted, the recent measures that have been taken on energy community level. For instance, the energy community has adopted for itself a decarbonization roadmap. So that means that the path and also the target of this path is very clear. We are moving in concrete steps towards targets first to be achieved by 2030, and then to the net zero target of 2050. Again, this is mainstream Europe, this is mainstream globe as well, but to translate this long-term, midterm and long-term target setting and planning into the local circumstances, into the national circumstances, into the circumstances that affect everybody from business people to civil society and citizens is what we are here for. With the decarbonization roadmaps come a lot of associated measures and a lot of associated discussion points that we are currently having. I already mentioned the targets. So last year also, every contracting party of the energy community and the community itself has set itself targets for reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 2030, for increasing the share of renewables, and for increasing energy efficiency. These targets need robust planning, or the achievement of these targets need robust planning. That goes beyond the usual project management tools that you would deploy when you engage in something as profound and as impactful as a transformation of an entire economy, starting with and through the energy sectors, but reaching out far beyond. These national energy and climate plans will be, in our perception and also in the responses that we already see from contracting parties, will be the master plan of the transformation of the transition. This is maybe visible in the most extreme case in our biggest contracting parties, Ukraine now. Ukraine exposed to the most severe injustice that you can imagine on the globe, a brutal war by the Russian Federation, a war that is targeting also energy objects. Its impact is being felt all across Europe. And at the same time, the country is discussing already the vision for recovery, the vision for rebuilding a green economy based on a well-designed national energy and climate plan. Thanks God, these circumstances do not prevail in other contracting parties, but the importance of focusing all attention on this central planning instrument, I think is something that we can, among many other things, also learn from the Ukrainians. And this will also be important not only for politicians to give a vision on where they go, how fast they go, and with which steps they go into the transformation, will not only give a possibility for civil society and all of you to engage in shaping this transformation, it's also an important tool for attracting and channeling the necessary investments that need to be taken. Let me focus on another aspect of the energy community and its engagement in the transition. That is our home base, so to say, where the energy community has started from. That is the regional integration. And the regional integration, again, is probably best illustrated from the electricity sector. We have spent a lot of time together with reforming national economies and their energy sectors, in particular their energy sectors, to make them fit for a challenge, but also for a task and an opportunity that we are facing right now, that is integrating well-designed, well-reformed national energy and in particular electricity sectors into the European market and systems. We have achieved through the energy community something that has not been achieved anywhere else in Europe. We are talking now about an integration of third countries, Brussels language, of third countries into the European markets based on reciprocity. It is really a historical dimension of integrating the markets not only within this region, within the Western Balkans, for instance, but with the entire European internal energy market based on the same rights of obligations. What we are discussing right now is to make sure that all contracting parties are fit for this challenge by living up to the expectations that the rest of Europe has now, given that such a large expansion of the European market is just at our doorsteps. And that requires transposition of laws, timely transposition of European directives and regulations, taking implementation steps. They may, and I will not go into detail, for those of you who are not working in the electricity sector, that may sound all very technical, but in the end, creating this market is an important enabler of the transformation. It will achieve, it will give an incentive for attracting more investments, for instance, in renewables. It will also provide the possibility to balance a system which many perceive as less stable as the one that we are used to, based on fossil fuels, through the integration, through the pan-European integration of the power markets. We will not only support an increased uptake of renewables, we will also support the stability of the system with all the challenges that come from the intermittent nature of these new sources. So as it has been the case before, more than it has been the case before, regional integration, regional cooperation lies at the core of what we are doing. This was also the focus and will be the focus again of the Western Balkan Summit, which will take place in Tirana very soon from now. The countries, in particular in the Western Balkans, are too small to do a smart and successful transformation by themselves. Integrating regional cooperation is the key to being as efficient as we can and must be for the sake of getting this transformation done in a successful manner. Together with the electricity market integration, we have a strong focus these days on the support for renewables, where, again, I mentioned it at the beginning, North Macedonia has been a silent front runner because you have been doing auctions already before everybody else has been doing it. Congratulations on that. And you see the results. You see not only the results locally, you also see the repercussions in other contracting parties. To give support schemes that is in the end public or citizens' money in the smartest way possible to attract the largest amount and volumes of renewables is a very important design feature of a good transition. And that's what we are supporting on the legal level, on the legislative level, but also on the level of concrete auctions. Energy efficiency, I don't need to repeat what you all know. It's the smartest way of decarbonizing, the smartest way of reducing your demand. It is, to some extent, a matter for specialists, especially when you think about building renovations and all these things. But to another extent, it has a lot to do with the reform discussions and the reform steps that we are taking together with all the contracting parties of the energy community. A lot to do because we get back to another key aspect of the energy community's work, and that is to reform the national markets. If we don't have a price signal that actually reflects the increased value of energy, it will be very difficult to implement also serious demand reduction measures. And that, of course, takes us back to the very starting point of our discussion. If that means that electricity, for instance, but also gas and other energy carriers cannot be sold any longer at non-cost covering level, because it means we have no incentive to save energy, we have not the necessary means to invest in future-oriented technologies. If that means that prices will have to reflect both the scarcity and the value of energy, we turn to the social question again, to the question of how we can mitigate the impact on a population that is less resilient, less prepared to deal with price increases than it is probably elsewhere in Europe. And that's what we want to discuss with you as well. On top of that, the carbon pricing question and its impacts also on the end consumer. We believe in the energy community it is smarter actually to do that at home, to generate revenue also for your own budgets, for the support of vulnerable groups of the population, for the support of smart investments, then transferring the revenues through the CBAM, Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, to Brussels. And this is another aspect where your creativity is required. How to design a system that achieves the multiple goals of promoting the transformation in the first place, of giving carbon emissions a price, creating demand for alternative sources, supporting this fuel switch that we are all engaged in across the globe, but also design it in a way that the impact on every citizen can be mitigated as much as it is possible. So with this, I try to start a small reflection on what transformation means, what the energy community is doing to support that transformation together in regional and pan-European contexts, but also what we talk when we talk about just transition. I really cannot and do not want to exhaust that topic, because that is a discussion that we need to have all together. Maybe just after this short introduction to more practical manners, Adam has already mentioned it. We are now starting our day, which is structured into 4 panels, all of them touching upon different issues of the just transition. And you have the agenda in front of you, so I don't need to introduce you to all of the panelists and the content of the panel right now, but we have very distinguished speakers. We count on your very active participation in the discussion, and it is now my great pleasure to give the floor to our first or second, depending on how you count, a welcome speaker, which is Mrs. Razmina Jekic Durovic, the State Secretary at the Ministry of Economy of North Macedonia. I'm sorry, your second last name was in small print, so I had to put the glasses on. Razmina, the floor is yours.
Good morning to everyone, dear Mr. Bushla, dear Madam Matuela, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to extend gratitude for the invitation for participation at the Just Transition Forum. Decarbonization is at the heart of the EU policy, in line with our commitment for climate action under the Paris Agreement. By 2050, Europe aims to become the world's first climate neutral continent by adopting the European Green Deal, an ambitious package of measures ranging from cutting greenhouse gas emissions to investing in cutting-edge research and innovation. North Macedonia has dual responsibilities when it comes to climate change. The country has to adhere to EU climate and energy policy, which assumed the obligation to cut down emissions. Moreover, the country is also a contracting party of the energy community, which is rapidly advancing the implementation of EU regulation for monitoring, reporting, and verifying greenhouse gases, and is taking steps to tackle the climate crisis. Energy and climate policy in North Macedonia are fully aligned, as more than 70% of the North Macedonia GHG emissions derive from the energy sector, 75% in 2019. Decarbonization is one of the main pillars of the National Strategy for Energy Development until 2040. The National Energy and Climate Plan, the long-term strategy for climate action, and the Enhanced National Determined Contribution on Climate Change, all adopted in the last couple of years. The country dependence of natural gas imports, as well as for most of the fuels, make the decarbonization scenario significantly vulnerable to the turmoil in the markets for coal, oil, natural gas, electricity, triggered by a Russia war in Ukraine. Decarbonization of the North Macedonia economy is related to four important aspects: closing down the thermal power plants, Oslom and Bitola, and therefore stopping production of electricity from coal. Increase the share of renewables in the electricity production mix, reduce electricity import dependence, and preserve the forest as the only carbon sink in the country. North Macedonia has made significant progress in addressing decarbonization and climate action in the National Energy and Climate Strategic and Action documents in January 2020. The government adopted the Energy Development Strategy 2020 to 2040. Now is the time to start the preparation of the updated Energy Development Strategy, taking into consideration new energy and climate challenges. The government of North Macedonia adopted the National Energy and Climate Action Plan in June 2022 as an indicative plan. The Ministerial Council of Energy Community adopted 2030 decarbonization targets in December 2022. Therefore, the Ministry of Economy is currently working on updating the latest targets to include in the national strategic documents. In addition, the government of the Republic of North Macedonia in June 2023 adopted the roadmap for a just transition and established a structure for leading the process of just transition in the Republic of North Macedonia. With the adoption of the roadmap for a just transition and the establishment of a structure for leading the process of a just transition in our country, the government once again expressed its commitment and determination for the decarbonization of the energy sector in the country and confirm its consistency with the EU clean energy policy. Successful just energy transition requires adequate financial support, both from national budget and co-financing from bilateral, multilateral, and private sources in order to ensure a fair and equitable distribution of resources. Therefore, North Macedonia and the Dominican Republic were invited by Climate Investments Fund to participate in the program and develop an investments plan of up to $85 million each, and granted North Macedonia up to $0.5 million as an investments plan preparation grant to support the preparation of the investments plan. The Republic of North Macedonia cannot act by itself in this process, and the regional cooperation is of high importance, along with the support from the EU and energy community towards achieving the goals for green transition of the economy and the society in general. I look forward to other participants' potential option and exploring these ideas for regional cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam State Secretary. And now we would like to invite Michela Matuela, Acting Director in DG NEAR, European Commission, who is with us online.
Hello, good morning.
Hello,
Good morning to all. It's really a pleasure to join this opening session of the Just Transition Forum, and I must start by certainly appreciating this initiative by the Energy Community Secretariat, and I must say it also happens at a very good timing, both from the point of view of the current agenda of the Commission, but also more generally, certainly reflecting the priorities within the EU, and therefore as a result, the priorities of our work with our partner countries. And let me start by emphasizing that already with the ongoing economic and investment plan, we have put a lot of emphasis on the energy sector, the energy transition, with important investments, as you know well. And this package of investment is now progressing well. The economic investment plan is quite of a sizable plan of investments that will altogether generate, let's say, an investment of around 30 billion euros. Of course, part of it is on the energy sector as well. And in addition to that, last year we have also complemented this engagement with the energy support package that we have designed and financed to support business and vulnerable citizens, and that was as a result of the aftermath of the energy price increase as also as a result of the war on Ukraine. So this was already, let's say, what we had done in the past, and what we have then increased, let's say, as a result of the, if you want, new reality created by the implications of the war on Ukraine. And this was clear recognition that energy transition and decarbonization are essential, and are essential for what is one of our essential commitments in terms of the climate targets. But we also know very well that, as it has already been emphasized in the previous interventions, that the transformation of the energy sector, the energy transition, needs also to be deployed in a comprehensive approach that also deals with economic and the social impacts of this energy transition. And it's fundamental that the transformation of the energy sector needs to happen in a fair way, and, as we say, leaving no one behind. And this is exactly why, and this allows me to link it a little bit to what is the sort of the current thinking in the Commission and what we are working on, looking clearly at the plans ahead. what we are working in the context of the growth plan that our president has announced on the 31st of May in Bratislava, and that we are currently in the process of further defining, and hopefully we'll be able to announce it in more details soon. And this growth plan is really aimed at, let's say, accelerating the accession process by advancing elements of integration, of economic integration, both within the region, but also between the region and the EU single market. As you are aware, this growth plan has 4 components. One, indeed, is to enhance economic integration within the region. One is to accelerate the integration into the EU single market, so therefore advancing, let's say, the benefits that the accession process will bring to the acceding countries. And then, if you want, jumpstart the economic convergence with an increased financing and internal leveraging the reforms. And these are the 4 components of the growth plan. And in a way, if you want, is an intensification of the work in areas in which we were already engaging. And but the other novelty is the way we want to strengthen the interconnections between these 4 dimensions. Also creating cross conditionalities among the 4. And I must say, I fully agree with what Dirk said just a moment ago, that the economies of the Western Balkans are small economies, and therefore is absolutely fundamental that if we want to look at, let's say, closing the gap and working on economic convergence with the EU, is absolutely fundamental that this is done in a joint approach where we, at the same time as we open up possibilities of integrating the EU single market, we are also strengthening the economic potential of the region by working on the synergies and creating a common regional market. This is the work that has been ongoing for some time, but we also know that is a work that needs to be stepped up, and we hope to see let's say, more developments and more decisions taken in view also of the Berlin summit that will take place in Tirana, but also more generally also, of course, with the implementation of what has already been agreed. One among the areas that we will be focusing on in terms of accelerating access to the EU single market, clearly building on what we have already achieved and what has already been achieved through the Energy Community Secretariat, will certainly be in focus also in the context of the implementation of the growth plan. I will not go too much into that and anticipate what we are already working on, but of course it makes a lot of sense that we start by building, let's say, on what has already been achieved so far, and that has demonstrated the benefits for the region. So the support that will be provided through the growth plan, of course, can only be effective if then investments and reforms go well hand in hand together. This is, if you want, another dimension of the growth plan. And for energy and climate sectors, the starting point will be the key commitments that the region itself has undertaken. So I refer here, of course, to the 2030 decarbonization targets on greenhouse gas emissions, renewable energy, energy efficiency, which have been agreed by the energy ministers in the energy community last December. And to comply with these targets, the national energy and climate plans will, of course, be key. The plans need to be a policy tool for implementing the 2030 targets, and therefore ultimately for steering energy and climate policy. And include just transition aspect is essential so that the energy transition indeed, as I said before, leaves no one behind. This is clearly part of our policy as well, and therefore the focus of these discussions today, I think, will be also a very good contribution to our own ongoing reflections in the context also, not only the implementation of the economic investment plan, but as I said, also looking a little bit at the future plans, looking at how these can also, let's say, be complementary to what we will be doing through the plan. And my colleagues are there attending the various panels, and I'm sure that this will be a very interesting discussion, and I wish you all success for the event. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now we invite Mr. Tony Konianowski, Mayor of Municipality of Bitola, for introductory remarks. Thank you very much. Floor is yours.
Извинам, животна средина. Почитувам на госпоѓа Микела Матуела, директор на DGNIR Европската комисија, доктор Дирк Бушел, заменик директор на секретаријатот за енергетска заедница, почитувани министри, представници на останатите држави учеснички и учесници на форумот и останати гости. Чест и задоволство е да се биде дел од овој значаен енергетски форум на кој во фокусот на разговорите ќе биде ставена борбата со климатските промени и декарбонизацијата преку воспоставување на климатски енергетски цели до 2030 година, како и пакетот за чиста енергија. Општина Битола, оние кои не знаат, се наоѓа во Пелагониската котлина на само 12 километри оддалеченост од најголемиот производител електрична енергија во државата, рек Битола, и не само 13 километри од границата со соседна Грција, што го прави градот стратешко место во однос на спроведувањето на процесот на праведна транзиција. Иако стратешките одлуки околу работата на рек Битола и неговата декарбонизација според плановите до 2030 година се носат во ЕСАМА, за нас како град процесот на праведна транзиција е значаен од повеќе аспекти. Прво, тоа се вработените во комбинатот, кои пред се жители на општина Битола и на останатите околни општини Новаци и Могила, а потоа и начинот на кој ќе биде спроведена декарбонизацијата, односно функционирањето на трите блока на рек Битола. За сега е известно дека еден од блоковите ќе биде заменет со фотоволтаици, но работата на останатите два блока ќе треба да значи и процес на работа на топлификацијата, на која се предвидува да бидат поврзани 35 општински објекти. Од своја страна, општината изминативе години работи интензивно на многу проекти, со кои се подобрува енергетската ефикасност и се движи во нагорна линија на подобрување на квалитетот на воздухот и заштитата на животната средина. Најновиот проект, за кој општината неодамна подпиша и договор со делегацијата на Европската Унија и УНОПС, е во рамките на програмата ЕУ за чист воздух. Со овој проект во следните 3 години ќе се заменат старите системи за греење во 2 училишта во Битола и во една детска градинка, а ќе се засадат и голем број садници на одредени делници и локации во градот, со што ќе се намали загадувањето на воздухот како и еколошки здравствени проблем број 1 во ЕУ. Во процес сме на поставување на фотоволтаици на подрачното основно училиште Даме Груев во селото Долно Ризари, бидејќи за нас е важно руралните средини да имат исти услови, ист пристап за раст и развој на децата со цел да се намали миграцијата град-село. Со средствата од Министерството за образование ќе започнеме наскоро со процедура за поставување на фотонапонски централи на 3 средни училишта во градот, а се подготвува проектна програма и за поставување на фотоволтаици на други 3 основни училишта во градот. Во фаза на формирање сме меѓуопштинско јавно предпријатие за превоз на општина Битола, Новаци и Могила, со што ќе се даде активен придонес кон намалување на загадувањето од моторните возила. Енергетската транзиција е неминовен процес. Тоа добро го знаеме, за кој општината се подготвува и го прифаќа во рамките на сите своји можности и капацитети. Од тука напоменувам дека на минато неделните средби со представниците на водечките светски банки во рамките на дискусиите за нацрт програмата во заедничката мисија на климатските инвестицијски фондови за забрзана транзиција од Јаглен, јасно ги истакнавме нашите приоритети и побаравме средства кои што се однесуваат на општина Битола да биде земени во предвид за развојот на индустриската зона Жабени, која поддржува ниско загадувачка индустрија, понатаму за енергетска ефикасност на објекти во јавниот сектор и приватните колективни домови, како и поддршка за развојот на локалните компании и стартапи. Исто така, за нас е важна општината преку своји представници да биде вклучен во телата кои што ќе одлучува за распределба на средствата во насока на потребите на општината и жителите на општина Битола. Од нас не зависи како и кога ќе се одвива фазата на напуштање на Јагленот, но нашите приоритети како општина се јасни и тоа е да се овозможат зелени вработување и останување на младите во овој град. Ве молам сите да ги сватите загриженоста на граѓаните од Битола со оглед на тоа дека електроенергетскиот комбинат РЕК Битола вработува нешто над 3000 вработени, меѓутоа таа бројка не е конечно, тука се уште најмалку 3000 други кои се насочени околу енергетскиот комбинат РЕК Битола. На крајот на моето обраќање сакам да искажам благодарност до енергетската заедница за моето присуство, за можноста да се обратам пред вас, да ги искажам ставовите на општина Битола и нашата вклученост во процесот на праведната транзиција. Нашата соработка со енергетската заедница продолжува и понатаму преку Кари 2 програмата, во која Битола е единствена општина од Република Македонија што учествува со своите проекти и активности. Уште нас благодарам до можноста, се надевам дека овој процес заедно ќе го спроведеме онака како што треба. Ви благодарам.
Thank you very much, dear Mayor, and I would like to again invite Dirk Buschle, our Deputy Director, to introduce speaker and panelists to the first high-level panel.
Need to put my glasses on. Thanks a lot, Adam. Thanks a lot for all the participants on this first high-level introductory session of our Just Transition Forum. I think we all got a great panopticum of what transition, transformation, and also just transition could and can mean from the relevant stakeholders, from the national level. Thanks a lot, State Secretary, from the point of view of the European Union. Thanks a lot, Director Matuela. And also very important to hear from probably the best testimony of what just transition means in on the local level in reality. Thanks a lot, Mayor Konianowski. Now, let's move to the next session, our first real panel. We have it mostly organized online for reasons that you will all understand, especially if I tell you and remind you who will be here. Together with us in the room is Nebi Rejepi, who's State Secretary in the Ministry of Environment. He's sitting here. I kindly invite you to take the floor. We have an old friend of the energy community, Mrs. Victoria Grib, who's a deputy member of parliament in Ukraine, where she heads the subcommittee on energy security. She'll be online. We have Mr. Richard Paulik, who's working for one of the legends of transformation in Europe, Jerzy Buzek, also with an insight into how the transformation, in particular from coal to less polluting and emitting fuels, can be done in a just and socially acceptable manner. Welcome, Richard, who's with us online. And finally, we have Astrid Istrefi, the Executive Director of the Balkan Forum, online as well. So normally I would start with you, but I have heard that Richard will have to leave us probably very soon. So I would address you first with a question which is evidently about sharing your experience, right? Given your insight into both the European perspective, so overseeing the energy policies and designing the energy policies of 27 member countries, but also from your home country, Poland, what kind of an advice would you give to the energy community contracting parties on the national level, on the local level, also on the level of civil society? How can we all work together to make sure that the transition, which has definitely arrived in the energy community, is being designed in a just and equitable manner? Richard, the floor is yours. I think either you or us need to unmute.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that now you hear me well. And I'll just start by clarifying that I have about 45 minutes or even 1 hour, so I will try to stay with you as long as possible and needed. And thank you very much for this indeed very kind invitation and words of introduction. As mentioned, as a Pole coming from the mining region of Silesia, which is actually the largest Polish coal region, I think I have a certain right to say that I really do understand the difficulties of the governments, of the contracting parties, of the energy community in moving away from coal towards a climate neutral economy while transforming energy sectors, industries, and economies of their countries in general. Without any doubt, this is an extremely challenging task and a very complex process. However, let us also be very clear that if we want to successfully implement the goals of our 2015 Paris Agreement, which was also signed by almost all energy community countries, and if we want to create future-proof economies, there is no other solution. We should follow this thorny path, let's call it like that. And at the same time, as already rightly mentioned by Deputy Director Buszle, this definitely have to be done in a way that ensures that we leave no one behind, no region, no city, no citizen. And let us always remember, there will be a just transition or there will be no transition at all. This is our, let's say, general approach in the European Parliament from the very beginning. And now, what does this mean in practice? I would like to very briefly highlight 5 issues that I believe are somewhat vital in this context. First, in this energy transition, I think not only the point of departure is important, but also, or even more, the point of arrival, as well as the path and the journey connecting these 2 points, because it is absolutely not enough to know that we want to move away from coal. We want, and this is very important, but we also need to know what our idea of, let's call it, life after coal is, right? What we want to replace it with, what jobs to create to replace the disappearing ones, and how to plan and how to implement it all. And this is exactly why, as I have already said, just transition is such a difficult process. Point number two, I think when preparing energy and climate plans, but also when planning, for example, any new investments in the energy sector or preparing an industrial strategy, I think it is really crucial to take into account recent developments in the European Union's energy and climate policy. It was already mentioned by few speakers before. Now you have to implement 2030 targets in the near future. The Fit for 55 package goals will become also your reality. We have a union climate neutrality goal in 2050, and we have already started to properly define our emission reduction target for 2040. Therefore, it is really key to start preparing for all these goals and targets already now, and to plan well, taking into account where possible experiences of maybe also other countries who carried out similar transformations in the past. In this context, and this brings me to my third point, I would like to emphasize one issue. In this transition, it is worth maintaining a technology neutral approach. I think it's always a good approach. However, at the same time, you can never have too much of energy efficiency and renewable energy sources. Energy efficiency and renewable energy sources are always good choices, also in the context of the development of, for example, clean hydrogen, without which most probably we will not succeed in decarbonizing some sectors of our economy, like energy-intensive industries, steel or fertilizer, but also in transport, shipping, or aviation. Point number four, and actually, to be very honest, I believe this is maybe the biggest challenge in the entire Just Transition process in my Silesia region, in Poland, but also in the entire European Union and the energy community countries. We will never succeed in this profound transformation without a properly skilled workforce. I will give you just one example. According to the European Battery Alliance, 800,000 direct workers will need to be trained, upskilled, or reskilled by 2025 to serve the needs of the European battery industry. And this is just one example and one sector, 800,000 people. So this is about, of course, courses, trainings, upskilling, reskilling, but also entire education systems. And in the end, it's about new jobs and opportunities for people, which brings me to my very last fifth point, public support. Our just energy transition will succeed only if all citizens understand and feel that this is made for them and with them, not despite or against them. It is simply about, as I mentioned, new jobs, but also quality, for example, of air they breathe or water they drink. And this is crucial since issues related to climate policy are today one of the main forces of anti-EU movements in several member states, including Poland. So it is vital to inform, to educate, and to involve citizens as active consumers, as prosumers, as workers, investors, startup owners, crowdfunders. They should see this deep energy transformation as an opportunity, not as a threat. Only then we will succeed, and we all want to succeed. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Richard. Thanks a lot for this overview and very concrete advice to our contracting parties. And it turns out, I think, something that we will also discuss further, how much we are in the same boat here, in both the transformation, its objectives, its planning instruments in the energy community and the European Union, but also in terms of the challenges. And now let's move again to the national level. We have two state secretaries actually on our panel here today. State Secretary Jakub Durovic kindly accepted to address you again on the Macedonian perspective, and I kindly invite her to take the floor again.
Thank you, Mr. Bushla. Бидејќи има превод, сега ќе зборам на македонски јазик. Како што кажав и во моето излагање, Република Северна Македонија во јуни 2023 година го усвои патоказот за праведна транзиција. Во оваа прилика сакам да упатам голема благодарност до Европската Унија во Република Северна Македонија, која го поддржа тековниот проект Just Transition Diagnostic, финансиран од ТЕУ, и кој има за цел да обезбеди техничка помош за кабинетот на премиерот, но и сите поврзани корисници во економскиот, енергетскиот и еколошкиот сектор за подготовка на соодветна структура за управување со процесот на праведна транзиција. Во рамките на овој проект беа спроведени низа активности за согледување на севкупните состојби во Република Северна Македонија и беше детектирана потребата за отпочнување на активности кои ќе овозможат соодветно прилагодување на нашата земја и регионите зависни од јаглен кон новите политики на Европската Унија за забрзан зелен раст и транзиција. Патоказот опфаќа две меѓусебно поврзани димензии, и тоа изнаоѓање алтернативи за конвенционалните извори на енергија, енергетска транзиција, и нормално она што беше загрижен и градоначалникот на Битола за изнаоѓање алтернативи за вработување на луѓе, особено за оние кои работат во енергетскиот сектор. Може да се каже дека живееме во време кога различни фактори значително го нарушуваат енергетскиот сектор. Земите треба да донесуваат одлуки во време кога цените на различни видови енергија се менуваат брзо, безбедноста на снабдувањето со увезена енергија е многу неизвестна, трошоците за различни енергетски технологии и условите за финансирање и достапноста на овие технологии брзо се менуваат. Сите овие фактори се менуваат многу побрзо, отколку што земите беа навикнати во минатото, а секако во исто време руската инвазија на Украина уште повеќе ја забрза брзината на промените. Она што е многу важно, активностите да се планираат на краток рок, и тоа што повеќе активности кои ќе ја поддржат долгорочната транзиција. Република Северна Македонија, но и земите од регионот се на крстопат. Сега е време да одлучиме по кој пат ќе тргнеме. На тој пат се поставува прашањето: како да се обезбеди постепено исфрлање на јагленот од регионите зависни од јаглен, истовремено обезбедувајќи енергетска безбедност, заштита на работни места поврзани со енергија, но и создавање на нови работни места. Заради ова патоказот за праведна транзиција опфаќа неколку аспекти, и тоа: патека за чиста енергија, за модернизација и развој на енергетскиот сектор, со цел да се направат регионите поатрактивни за младите луѓе и за предпријатијата. Патека за приватни инвестиции и економија на стартапи, заради диверсификација на економскиот модел од трудоинтензивни до интензивни дејности и знаења. Патека за зелена и паметна инфраструктура, заради одвојување на секторот за производство на електрична енергија од се понеекономичните горива, и патека за развој на вештини, заради поддршка на луѓето и заедниците кои ќе бидат погодени од затварање на регионите во јаглен. Во патоказот за праведна транзиција, сите овие 4 патеки се детално образложени со конкретни акции кои треба да се превземат на локално и на регионално ниво, на краток, среден и долг рок, а околу 30% од овие активности се така наречени меки мерки, за кои не е потребно финансирање, додека преостанатите 70% ќе предизвикаат финансиски трошоци кои се проценуваат од 0,8 до 1,2% од бруто домашниот производ во период од 2025 до 2050 година, во зависност од енергетското сценарио. Исто така би спомнала дека владата на Република Северна Македонија донесе одлука за формирање на Совет за праведна транзиција, во која членуваат Подпредседателот на владата на Република Северна Македонија задолжен за економски прашања господинот Битичи, кој е преседавач на Советот, ко-преседавач е нашиот министар, но тука во Советот членуваат и други министри, како што е министеров за животна средина и просторно планирање, министеров за финансии, министеров за труд и социјална политика, министеров за транспорт и врски, министеров за земјоделство, шумарство и водостопанство, министеров за локална самоуправа и двајца директори, директорот на акционерското друштво за производство на електрична енергија Електрани на Македонија и директорот за вршење на енергетска дејност, пренос на природен газ, Нома Газ Скопје. Овој Совет за праведна транзиција е највисоко тело во процесот со мандат за донесување на политички одлуки при спроведувањето на патокасот за праведна транзиција, со посебен фокус на двата релевантни плански региони, југозападниот и пелагонискиот и најпогодените општини. Во план е формирање на 3 работни групи, и тоа работна група за преквалификација и обука, работна група за економска транзиција и работна група за обновливи енергија и складирање. Воедно владата ја покани заедницата на единиците на локална самоуправа да учествува во процесот и да формираат регионални форуми за праведна транзиција во Кичево и Битола. Може да кажеме дека нема универзални решенија, но користни наблюдувања за управување со процесот за праведна транзиција се: локалните заедници кои ќе бидат најмногу погодени од постепеното исфрлање на јаглен имаат тенденција да работат повеќе и да произведуваат најдобри алтернативи. Структурите на владење само во транзиција имаат тенденција да се усогласат со системот на управување на една земја. Структурите на управување се развиваат со текот на времето, а она што изгледа ефикасно за време на планирањето може да биде несоодветно за време на имплементацијата. Затоа преземањето на првиот чекор е од клучно значење. Некои земји во регионот веќе формираат тимови кои започнаа да преговараат за финансиски пакет со донаторите. И на крај, она што го кажав и во излагањето, би сакала да напоменам уште еднаш дека Република Северна Македонија доби пристап до 85 милиони американски долари концесиско финансирање од Климатскиот инвестициски фонд за подршка на забрзана и правична енергетска транзиција, кои ќе бидат канализирани преку проектите на мултилатералните банки. Од 85 милиони долари до 10% би можеле да бидат наменети за грантови, а остатокот за концесиски заеми. Во однос на столбовите на програмата за забрзана транзиција од јаглен, 70% се за инфраструктурни инвестиции, 25% за социјални компоненти и 5% за управување, достапни за јавниот и приватниот сектор. Исто така, добивме и грант од 0,5 милиони американски долари, кој може да се користи од владата за специфични студии и активности за подршка на подготовка на инвестицискиот план. Подготовката на инвестицискиот план е во тек со помош на мултилатералните банки и со краен рок за одобрување март 2024 година. Инвестицискиот план треба да ги одразува приоритетите на земјата во однос на забрзана транзиција на јаглен и финансирањето преку овој фонд не може да подржи активности поврзани со користење на газ и на други фосилни горива, односно може да се користи само за проекти во регионите зависни од јаглен. Ви благодарам.
Thanks a lot, State Secretary. I think this is shaping up very well. We heard now also the national perspective on what you understand and how you address the concept of just transition. I was very much impressed also by what North Macedonia is doing in terms of governance in implementing this inclusive approach to the transition and to its equity into concrete bodies, into governance setups that make an inclusive decision-making actually possible. And with that being said, I would now like to turn to State Secretary Recepi. Welcome once again. And I kindly ask you to elaborate a bit on the relation between carbon pricing and the just transition. We have heard that carbon pricing is probably the most effective and also cost-efficient tool to drive the transition. At the same time, it is still perceived, if not as a threat, then as a cost driver also in particular in economies like the one of North Macedonia. What's your plans in that respect, and how do you combine the two notions?
I think that is more. Okay, okay. No. Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Dick. Почитувана колешке државен секретар на Министерството за економија, господја Дуровиќ. In the beginning, I would like just to excuse in the name of the minister, Mr. Shukova, because she had to be with us here today, but due to a little health issues, she is not here with us. So, excuse me.
Thank you. Yes, that sounds okay.
Thank you. Dear participants, tenderuar të pranishëm. So, thank you for the opportunity to take part on this panel. Dear you, as we know, good governance is essential in all cycles of policy development, starting from its planning till monitoring of implementation. This becomes even more essential when we are targeting decarbonization. Science that decarbonization policy is complex, interdisciplinary, and affects 3 pillars of sustainable development. Let me assure you that we, as a ministry responsible for coordination of activities on Cluster 4 and directly on climate change, the pollution and biodiversity pillars under the Green Agenda, are developing and proposing our policies based on science and aligned with the requirements arising from the EU acquis. We are faced with several challenges. First, we need to practice balanced approach between top and down, arising from different EU regulations, decisions, and directives, and bottom-up approach, acceptance of the policy of both horizontal and vertical level. And the second, we have to mainstream our goals into other sectoral policies which contribute towards decarbonization. I think we have succeeded to mainstream energy and climate policies, since we had and we are still having science, business, and civil societies as our partners. We have adopted several documents of crucial importance for decarbonization, which have set medium and long-term decarbonization goals. In this moment, we are finishing draft law on climate action, and we are ready, together with you, Energy Community Secretariat, to go further in its adoption. It will put a legal basis for determining responsibilities of the institutions, their rules, the way of exchanging information, and will establish a mechanism for interinstitutional coordination and reporting, especially in the part of making inventors of greenhouse gases, the projections and adaptation actions. We have introduced articles on carbon tax as a measures dedicated to industries, further actors in carbon border adjustment mechanism, but it requires further strengthening of capacities of both industries and us, administrations, to learn how to cope with all reporting requirements on greenhouse gases emissions and their verification further on. We are familiar with EU requirements. We know that it will be a process which will require dedication, capacities, knowledge. Therefore, rational, clear, balanced, wise, and just approach is needed in order to achieve global benefits of Paris Agreement. It will definitely require prioritization of needs and opportunities. Let's continue together on the pathway on implementation on decarbonization policies, taking into consideration all other aspects on nature and biodiversity protection and social impact. But not only that. Decarbonization means budget spent for green investments, which require climate budget, staging of investments, which is also introduced into the draft law. It also means climate responsible banking. So we are helping in addressing climate risks. That is our role, to work primarily on implementation on climate acquis, but at the same time to assist implementation of other EU acquis on taxation, budget, and industry, because only through overall and broad approach, appropriate decarbonization policies need to be in place without compromising other developments. We are seeing decarbonization as an opportunity of growth through the generation of green jobs, and it saves human lives. I thank you.
Thanks a lot, State Secretary. I hope you can remain for questions. We have now heard two elaborations on what North Macedonia is doing. One very specific. I think your points were almost universal. That is applies what applies to the country, but also beyond. And that's probably the right moment also to zoom a little bit out, go to the Balkan perspective, and invite Astrid Istrefi to take the floor here. I would also like to maybe shift the focus slightly to the planning, something we have discussed already. What are your observations and maybe your recommendations, Astrid, on how the topic of just transition can be implemented, can be integrated into the national energy and climate plans that are now being finalized, or at least drafts being finalized all across the region?
Well, thank you very much for inviting me, and congratulations, I think a big one, to the Energy Community Secretariat, not only for facilitating these important conversations, but also providing absolutely significant support to the governments and civil society in the Western Balkans. I'll say a couple of words, I think, about what I perceive to be as serious obstacles, both as alone and then interlinked as such. So, you know, civil society is in a way battling to protect the declining democracy or democratic erosion in the Western Balkans. And there are also issues with the weak rule of law, with high levels of corruption, and with the rising authoritarianism. And the question for us has been and continues to be, how could a just transition work in such a context? Second, in terms of regional economic integration, we are witnessing tensions nowadays that threaten to erupt in violent conflict. And this is between neighboring countries, and this is between the societies that have been at war some not very far from now, 25 years ago. So there is a tension between, you know, working, pursuing an agenda of regional economic integration and the policy that is more ethnocentric, hugely nationalistic, and threatening for peace and security. Third, I think, is not to forget the geo-economic developments and our ability, if you will, to respond, especially in the context of brutal Russian aggression against Ukraine, that has serious implications for Europe, serious implications for other regions in the world. And then, the tension of balancing, if you will, what would be a collective or a national a kind of interest, including in the case of securing energy supply. And I think, also related to that is that instead of increasing the budget expenditure to focus on a transformative policy, we are observing countries across Europe increasing their defense expenditure and defense budget, and basically enhancing their defense capabilities to prevent the expansion, if you will, of the war. But also at the same time, it's like to refocusing, reallocating resources to reduce then dependency on the energy supply, which is coming also as a result of the Russian aggression against Ukraine. But at the same time, working to prevent the malign influence that not only Russia, but other countries have and are exploiting the vulnerabilities of the Western Balkans to further increase their influence and to support the nationalistic elements to basically to have a greater leverage in the affairs in the Western Balkans. And I think part of it is also the EU integration perspective for the Western Balkans, which has stalled. Like the reaffirmation, reconfirmation of the same words that have been told to the Western Balkans for the last 25 years are not sufficient. And we do not see any clear policy nor commitment, nor a greater commitment, practically, that is going to return that European perspective of the Western Balkans into something that is more meaningful and it's real for the Western Balkans. So I think all these are interlinked, and all these are serious obstacles, I think, to transformation policy, to a just transition to the Western Balkans and individual countries. And of course, each country has its specific context, and policies have to be developed with that in mind and be context sensitive as well. But I think interlinkages between those issues that I mentioned are something that we have to take into account. Then I think another serious obstacle is the capacity gaps that the countries in the Western Balkans, and that is both human, financial expertise in a way that do not possess in a way. And then how can schemes and mechanisms, both to support the transition, but also to monitor, be robust enough, so that on the one hand, there is the support, but on the other hand is like the, I think, the accountability that goes with it in terms of the commitments that countries in the Western Balkans have made to work towards achieving the targets. The education and skills, it's another thing, is like, are we really working towards, adapting the education to the market demands or not, and especially in the just transition, which is like we do not have much scientists, we do not have much cadres, we do not have much experience, and the truth is that that is something that has to be investing more. Of course, education is long-term, skills may work quicker, but I think we have to have that in mind, that hand in hand with energy sector, we have to look into other sectors as well. So that is multi-sector approach, that is multidisciplinary approach to just transition. And I think the last one, but the most important one, is how do we make citizens and those most vulnerable and most affected part of the process, so that they are integral, organic part of it, and not do this in an ad hoc basis and do it in a superficial manner, but rather make them be part of the process so that the policies and the actions, intervention, respond to the needs and priorities of the citizens. Because countries in the Western Balkans, I think, have faced such challenges in the past and recently. The protests that have been kind of a reaction of communities to some of perceived the transition elements that the governments were pursuing have affected them seriously, and some of the protests have even turned violence. But again, this goes back to democracy, this goes back to rule of law, this goes back to accountability as well. So I think, our mission, I would say, is to look into all these obstacles and see what can be done to provide more capacity, to adapt the education, to respond to the challenges that we are facing and will be more enormous in the future, and whether just transition or this transformation policy can do anything to support cooperation among the countries in the Western Balkans, but also in the long run, I think the sustainable peace and development of the region. So I'll stop here.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot for further contextualizing our discussion on just transition. I think, again, you mentioned a lot of aspects that go beyond the Western Balkans and also beyond the energy community. Not to make this shaping of the transition an elitarian project only, I think, is very important and resonates also in other parts of Europe. The capacity issue, we observe similar or we would come to similar findings when it comes to the public administration capacities in many of our countries. I'm not so negative maybe, or not so hopeless when it comes to the capacity of people. I think the energy community, at least my knowledge over the last 10, 15 years of the countries, gives really hope that this is a pool for innovative and also well-educated people who can really contribute to driving the transition forward. This is a region that has given birth to Nikola Tesla. So we need indeed more to reach out to this potential and tap into the incredible creativity that is in the is available in the contracting parties of the energy community. You also refer to the geopolitical context, and that gives me a, albeit rather sad, segue into the contribution of Victoria Grib. Victoria, the Ukrainian population is really exposed to the most possible, thinkable brutality and aggression right now. You are, while fighting your heroic fight, you are at the same time trying to give Ukraine a perspective on how to develop into a greener economy, how to master the transformation post-war. And my question would be, how do you take into account just transition aspects in this recovery planning, in this rebuilding planning, how to make sure that beyond the targets and beyond the visions, the population also, which has been and is being tested so much right now, comes out as winners of a new, a greener, post-war Ukraine. Thanks a lot. You might be muted. If not, we have an audio issue here. No, unfortunately, we can't hear you.
What about now?
Now it's perfect. Thanks a lot.
Good. Thank you very much. Dear Dirk, thank you very much for such warm introduction. And I'm really grateful to you and energy community for organizing such forum. I remember in 2019, when I participated in the parliamentary meeting of energy community, I raised this issue of just transition. And now we have it on our agenda. And I'm very grateful to, again, energy community and European Union, German government for assistance in this direction. Despite the fact that we are in the war now with very strong enemy, we are continuing our green path. Last year, we adopted our energy strategy, and our energy strategy actually really now is in line with Green Deal and with all those obligations which we signed under Paris Agreement and other treaties as well. We have a big challenge now with energy security in our country. But despite that, we have also a lot of legislation acts which Verkhovna Rada adopted this year, which provides opportunity for the alternative sources of energy, for the distributed generation. And I'm sure that with the help from our European partners, with the help from energy community, we'll achieve all our goals, which we set in our strategy. And also, I'm sure that we will be able to respond to all those challenges which we are facing now. What we have in Ukraine and how actually the situation is different from that situation which we had before the war. I mean, this full-scale war, because the war in Ukraine started in 2014, but in 2022, it's full-scale war, which now creates problems for all our territories. We are focusing now on the strategies, on the local strategies on just transition, again, with the help of our international partners. For example, the GIZ project, Just Transition, which started in 2020, now continues its operations, but mostly in the western part of Ukraine. Not in the east, because in the east we have now the front line. And I hope that next year we will be able to focus on the strategy on just transition for the whole country. But we'll have already examples from the west of our country, the Chervonograd city, and also Volyn basis. We now they are almost done with their strategy, And I hope we'll have not only strategy in place, but we'll have also some actions which will show that this transition from coal mining to the green energy can be not that painful. Because we understand clearly that we cannot leave behind not only workers, but also the whole territories. In most cases in Ukraine, we have mono-industrial towns, and sometimes coal mines are the main enterprises on those territories. And in this regard, definitely we need to focus on diversification of economy. Saying that, I also mean that even though we do have our energy strategy, but definitely we need to focus also on our economic development strategy, because it will depend a lot on economy. It's like all the time I'm saying that energy, that's the driver for economy. And it will depend also on the result of our fighting with Russia, what economy will have. But I have no doubts that we will get that victory with the help, enormous help from our partners, from European Union, from USA, Canada, and from the all civilized world. So now, for example, in October, at the end, actually now we have October, but at the end of this month, we'll have also big forum in Ukraine devoted to just transition. And I must admit that our NGOs and our public, they are very interested in this direction. And sometimes they are also like driving engine, even for the government. They are trying hard to push on this agenda. And I think that will really will get to the target. From the perspective of Parliament, as I mentioned already, we are working on the legislation. And I hope that that legislation will be really in place and will have a lot of distributed green energy in our country. Definitely, we do need also investment, and we're working on that. For investment now, it's very difficult really to attract investment because of the war. That's why we are working on the insurance. We are working with different countries and with European Union as well, because we do need this war security insurance for investors to come to Ukraine. At the same time, I think that all these new changes and those changes, by the way, which we envisaged in our energy strategy requires also solutions which will be worked out by all of us together. Because sometimes it's very difficult to reinvent the wheel. We don't need doing that. We need to combine our resources, and we do need to look for modern industries, which will require actually the use of green technology. In our energy strategy, by the way, the big focus is given to hydrogen as well. So if in Europe now you do have already the methods how to reach that goal, so we will be able to introduce that in Ukraine as well, and to work on hydrogen technologies as well. So again, what we are trying to do now, we are trying not to stop in pursuing this green agenda, not to stop in providing just transition approaches, because sometimes it's very difficult for us because of lack of funding, lack of money, because now we are spending all our money for this war. But I'm sure that when we will be talking, not when we'll be talking about renovation, because we're talking about renovation now, we must understand, all of us, that it's no way for us to come back to old technologies. We just must move forward and do everything possible in order to renovate our country only with using green technology. I can say also that it's very important to work with local governance at this stage, because local governance, even though they are suffering as well of lack of financing, because our economy is not really at our best stage, but at the same time, they know much better what is going on their territories. And again, big thank you to our European friends and to energy community as well for everything you are doing for us. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Victoria, and big thank you back from your European friends for what you're doing for us. It is very reassuring that even in these severe circumstances, the green transition and the just transition are on the agenda of the Parliament of Ukraine. I think what you mentioned in passing is also very important. This local decentralized aspect, and Ukraine is indeed doing that, promoting decentralized renewables, for instance, is an important aspect of democratization and hence also just transition. Now we have come to the end of our first panel here. I think all the speakers deserve again one round of applause. It was very insightful, and we would use the remaining 10 minutes that we have for questions or comments from the audience. Because we are trying to put more meat on the bones of a relatively abstract concept, just transition. I think we got a lot of insights already, but there's more insights, comments, and potentially questions in the room. So please be invited. Microphones are here. Just raise your hand, introduce yourself, and we'll go straight into a discussion. Who's ready to break the ice and bring in their perspectives? We have a lot of representatives of civil society here. This is not the last time that you can and should speak up here today, but the first time is the most important because you'll incentivize others as well. What's the voices from Bosnia and Herzegovina, Dennis?
Okay, thank you, Dirk, for this, for breaking the ice. I'm Denis Žižko. I'm coming from Bosnia and Herzegovina, Aarhus Center in BNH NGO, working on this topic for more than 10 years, so quite some time now. The problem I see here, we just had a huge Energy Week conference in Sarajevo last week, and I've heard repetition of the same thing even today. We're talking about plans, we're talking about documents, but no one is actually talking about concrete actions. Our countries have signed the Sofia Declaration 3 years ago now, I think, and the only thing we have is the action plan and nothing concrete on the ground. Unfortunately, I have a fear that we are going to continue to produce documents, and the impact of that will be that people from this region will leave and go and live and work in decarbonized Europe. So It's finally time for us, for our authorities, to put their act together and stop creating documents and start actually working on the ground. So it's not a question, it's a comment.
Thanks a lot. And that's precisely the type of comment I was hoping to hear from. Very interesting statement that the transition is not coming to the people, but the people are going to where the transition happens. And maybe that's something that we can also reflect in our discussion. Maybe let me be a bit provocative here. We are talking about two very closely interrelated topics. One is the transition of the energy sectors, of the economies, which is happening. North Macedonia is a good example, running out of lignite, so transition is happening no matter whether there's a Green Deal or not. We're also talking about shaping that transition, moving it to a certain direction in line with certain targets, and we're talking about the just transition. What do you think? What is the most important aspect of this? Is it possible to separate the things? We heard Richard in the beginning who said there will be a just transition or there will be no transition at all. Is that something we can maybe challenge a little bit?
Is that a question to me?
It's a question to everybody, but you're the bravest.
Yeah. No, the thing is that the problem is that we are mixing the two. We are mixing energy transition and just transition. And they are completely different things. One thing is the transition of energy sector, which has to be dealt more sort of on a commercial basis. So you have to involve the economy, you have to involve SMEs and the, well, companies, businesses. And you have the just transition for coal regions in transition, which is a completely different topic. It is actually providing economic opportunities for these regions, for the people that used to work for the coal mining industry or energy, to stay in the regions. So there we have a problem where quite often we have international community coming here offering reskilling or whatever for these workers, and actually they're basically supporting the brain drain or people leaving these countries to work, well, basically to install solar collectors or solar panels in Germany, rather than staying in the coal regions and working on different economy opportunities in these regions. So there I see a problem that we're mixing the two, linking energy transition with just transition for coal regions, and actually supporting the movement of people from these regions to somewhere else. So we have to split these two, so divide these two, and actually support the local mayors, which is the crucial thing, with their ideas how to keep the people in their municipalities, because they depend on these. These are their waters. So they know what they need. So that's where we have to start in supporting the just transition for these regions. Work with the local mayors. The state level authorities have a different priority.
Thanks a lot. I think that is indeed food for lots of thoughts. Does anybody from the panel or from the audience would like to respond on? I think it is in the energy community, maybe one of the elements of just transition that we often overlook, this link to migration, how to make sure that the potential stays where it can have an impact, and how to give that perspective. Maybe that's also something for the politicians in the room. Do you have any views on that? I'm asking to the panelists, but also for everybody in the audience.
May I?
Yes, please. We have an online.
Yes. Sorry, since it was. Yes, it's me again, because I understand that was partially also addressing something I said in my speech. So I just wanted to. I hear echo now.
Go ahead. We hear you.
Okay. Just wanted to say that I see the point raised my perspective would be that we have to address it differently. It's not about splitting these two transitions. That's exactly what I meant by saying that in this transition, the important thing is point of departure and then point of arrival and the path linking these 2 points. Because I think the real problem that was raised is that, okay, we are phasing out in some regions coal, but it's not followed by any plan in this region, but also in the country more general. And that's actually why these people, when they are reskilled, upskilled, they look for opportunities elsewhere abroad. It's, I think, something quite obvious. So I would say the challenge is how to exactly build synergies and not split, but actually somehow link and build on synergies of these two transitions. That's my personal opinion. Of course, I mean, we can differentiate, but that's my perspective and how I really see it. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that replique. If there are no further questions, I think we have achieved the purpose of this first panel, which was to warm you up, to give you topics, ideas that we would like to discuss further. But I was asked to swiftly move the end of this panel to the coffee break. Our mastermind, Monica, gives very, very gentle and elegant instructions. So I would follow those. If there's no further questions or comments right now, then please do enjoy a coffee break. Monica, when are we reconvening?
Yes. Microphones that are not working. You have the only working microphone.
Okay. Across here.
Mi fate ten. Dobra, czyli...
Żeby
approach to cooperate with like what was done with the Sustainability Forum as well. But everybody said that last year organization was so hard that there were so many people organizing the panel. So this year we tried to make like this, but although it was a big deal. It was not easy, yeah. It's a huge event. Yeah, yeah. It's a huge event, many things. Okay, so now we are ready. Once a translation for this, so
Easier in Macedonian to express the viewpoints of the trade unions.
yeah.
The thing is that the reason I speak in English fluent is that I'm more sure that translators, the interpreters, get my job and then they get the exact wording of what I have to say. So I generally avoid speaking in English other than English because for the be in English because I'm not sure that it also may happen that I speak quickly and that they can get something.
Actually, for this panel, I prepared for the translators the whole background material.
Great.
And they said it's really useful. They said
I'm the microphone person.
as the official manager of your coffee breaks, I would like you to
this time around, please kindly take a seat as we will be starting.
Hello.
Right now, the panelists have already been seated.
These ones are. Monica,
I'll give you maybe mine because I'm going to summarize them all. This one's not working still.
I think it's
Okay. So it's a bit dodgy, but it's working. Ladies and gentlemen, I will promise you an even longer and more interesting lunch break in 1 hour. However, I will need all of you to take a seat, please. Thank you very much. Welcome back to everyone here in Skopje with us and to all our participants also online because we have quite a big crowd joining us. We are now in the second panel and I would like to give a warm welcome to our own Homebred Energy Community Secretary representative, Marta, who is going to be now leading the panel on people. So panel number 2. And we have 1 hour just before the very nice lunch break. So let's get started. Marta, over to you.
Thank you, Monica. So yeah, a warm welcome also from me. It's time for the second panel discussion, most interesting, of course, on people. And I'm Marta Schulte-Fischedick. I'm working as an energy consultant at the Energy Community Secretariat. And yeah, as highlighted in the previous panel, addressing just energy transition on governance level is important to put in place the policy and regulatory framework for just transition. Yet here the focus is really often on transitioning away from fossil fuels such as coal, but not on the how and what this actually means for the people. And this is Astrid also in the previous panel highlighted that is exactly what distinguishes a just energy transition from a simple energy transition concept. So the acknowledgement that the people affected by the energy transition decision-making, such as workers and the most vulnerable, are considered. Without doing so, we will fear a narrow understanding of both the problems and the solutions, and also might fail to consider the wider variety of impacts and how they exist alongside and even maybe worsen historic patterns of exclusion, inequality, and injustice. And maybe even create new ones. So this brings me already to the main question of today's panel: how to ensure a just labor market transition in coal regions while guaranteeing that not only the directly and indirectly affected workers are considered, but also by addressing the most vulnerable and current inequalities, such as for women, youth, and the energy poor. So I'm delighted to welcome all our panelists. We really managed to fill up the whole dimension of the stage, and would like to introduce you to the panelists. So with me here, just next to me, is Slobodan Trendafilov. I hope I pronounced that correctly. President of the Federation of Trade Unions of Macedonia. Nevena Smilevska, Just Transition Coordinator for the Western Balkans Bankwatch. Duzica Sajovska-Jovanovic, Director of Legal and General Affairs, ESM. Dennis Piplas, Deputy Secretary General at the Regional Youth Cooperation Office. Merita Dema, Commissioner at the Energy and Water Services Regulatory Commission of the Republic of North Macedonia. And then we have, just on the other side, Elise Vigir, Deputy Project Director at GIZ. And I would like to directly give you the floor for the first presentation that we have today. on supporting structural change in Ukraine coal regions. The floor is yours.
Thank you.
Please, presentation on.
Thank you. So maybe a quick overview of the project to give you a bit of a context. So this is a project that is implemented by GIZ, the German Technical Corporation, and it's financed by the Federal German Ministry of Economic and Climate Affairs. It has, this is the original mandate that we have. We have a central office in Kyiv with a mandate to work at national level with two ministries, the Ministry of Infrastructure that has in charge the regions and the municipalities, and the Ministry of Energy, Minenergo. We have two pilot partners. Thank you. We have two pilot partners, one in the east and one in the west. In the east, in Donetsk, this is Minohad, and in the west, the city of Chervonohad in the region of Lviv. We have as well 5 main components according to the general usual mandate that GIZ has in bilateral cooperation: national level, regional level, municipal level. And to support what we're doing in a more sustainable way, we have as well a fund to create so that everything we do in our 2 pilot regions can be scaled up and financed and funded for the other core regions. So still on this slide, or maybe the next slide, please. Yes. So the way it is structured now, what we do is also very much linked to, on one way, supporting the government into closing coal mines to EU and international standards, while every time a city is impacted by having a mine closed, we come and support this municipality in kicking and starting just transition processes. And this is where we are now today on the panel for people. We will take just a very zoom in, a slice of what we do in the project. And this is the component that is particularly on the ground level, community, regional, and municipality level. Next slide, please. All right. It's a bit colorful. I see this on the screen, but with a bit of color, we wanted to show you our approach. So we mentioned a lot, no one left behind, which is the motto of Just Transition. But how do we actually implement this no one left behind? So our end product or our objective with a community is to realize a Just Transition action plan. How do we do this? So we use the systemic approaches of having both data collections and studies of the context and the reality, but on the other hand, going really down into the community discussion, stakeholder involvement, and to understand what is the drive of the people, what is their concerns. And we said, and even someone said it in a comment, there's 2 things I'd like to set up here in the framework. First of all, Ukraine is a nation that is under attack. So this very nice mandate and very nice project that we had in June 2021 was all changed by February 2022 in the sense that the priorities of the people had changed. And the commitment of the government regarding the coal exit was also under a lot of pressure with a war that is at the end of the day an energy crisis and a war on the energy infrastructure as well. So it was really difficult to come to a community and say, you're part of a decarbonization program, greening, cleaning, exit of coal mine, etc. this was not the way to approach it. We approach it with what was the concern of the people. And this is what we come back to. What is the people? What matters to people is the education system, the private sector, the businesses, their job, and what really matters for their quality of life. And we try to bring it up into this, which is not an academic or scientific approved way of thinking, but for us in the project, we wanted to see where are the leverage and entry points for us to support and trigger the structural changes. Next slide, please. So later, if you're interested, we can go into detail in the break and explain to you a bit more what we do. But as you can see, we really tried to target, especially on employability, or changing the curricula so that the education system can match the needs of the private sector, and also bringing into the discussions in this particular area what it means greening, what it means innovative, renewable technologies, and what it means for your country as well to think of not going mono again. We really try to avoid saying 1,000 jobs in the coal industry lost, then 1,000 jobs in new technologies is needed. Let's match them. This is really not what we're also discussing with the people. Again, at heart, the people need to think about where they want to have as a vision, and we support them in diversifying the economy. Again, we're on the panel for people, so I will just take an extra minute on this, which is the pink part on impacted people and communities. We, in our process to involve the communities in writing their own plan and their own vision, we might have gone a little bit overboard. In October this month, we are starting 14 focus groups for 14 target groups. 14, this is a lot of target groups. We really wanted to make sure we're covering them up. And we also have some more focus groups free, because in November, we will have another consultation on identification of the vulnerable by the definition of the community, not ours. And we might have actually even more target groups. So the no one left behind really matters. The deeper we go, the more perspective we have, and also the more engagement from a community we have to drive themselves the transition. And this is very much why this is important for us, because regardless if we are in a war context or in an energy crisis context, as long as the people at the heart have the feeling they are in the driver's seat, the plan that they are driving for themselves will anyway always be with a good outcome and a good impact for what I've heard earlier, for slowing down migration, or even making those regions an opportunity and an attractive pole for the future. Last but not least, working in Ukraine, working for the Ukraine community is a big privilege, and it brings a lot of meaning to what it means people in a just transition. Because despite the war and despite the impacts on their personal life, we see every time the consultations how much they want to advance and how much they are taking this as an opportunity to actually rethink their future. It's really being a privilege to be able to work with them and let them actually take action on where they want to go, which pillars they want to focus on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the first round of applause, yes. Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation and for staying in time. With this, I would like to directly open the panel discussion and start with Mr. Trendafilov. The energy transition, as we have just also heard, will undoubtedly have a huge impact on the workers. And indeed, also the language for just transition really originates in trade unions calling for better workers' rights in the 80s. In North Macedonia, there are about 4,000 direct and I think almost the same amount of indirect jobs in the coal sector. So this is a huge number, and with some of these jobs being at risk due to various reasons. So I'm wondering, what do you, or what in your perspectives are the main challenges for a fair labor market transition in coal regions in North Macedonia? And what role do you think plays changing the attitudes and beliefs of affected workers? Just feel free to maybe.
Пред се благодарам за поканата во името на ССМ да ги изнесеме ставовите на работниците во поглед на зелената трансформација. Се разбира, ние синдикатите сме свесни дека европскиот план до 2050 година да стане неутрална и земјите од Западен Балкан, каде што и Македонија, потребно е да го следат. За нас е сериозен предизвик како представници на работниците во овој поглед и укажуваме дека за да се реализира таквиот сериозен потфат, првенствено е потребно политичка волја, се разбира, дополнителен развој на национално ниво и дека треба да се предвиди начинот, постапката и динамиката за зголемување на учеството на обновливите извори на енергија. Меѓутоа, треба да се стави главен акцент на човечкиот капитал, односно на работниците, на луѓето кои денеска ни овозможуваат електрична енергија и напорно работат за, се разбира, дури и во лоши услови, за да можеме да имаме комоцијата која сите ние ја уживаме. Се разбира дека ние сме свесни за националните стратегии и политики во оваа област, дека треба да бидат насочени кон енергетската транзиција, енергетска ефикасност, како и заштита на животната средина. Свесни сме дека според стратегијата на владата има ставено прилично сериозен таргет до 2040 година, дури да се намали потрошувачката на енергија за 27% или пак да се зајакно изворот од обновливи извори на енергија, на електрична енергија од 18 на 45%. Меѓутоа, сметаме како синдикат и заштитник на работничките права дека треба будно да ја следиме оваа реализација, дека сериозноста на проблемот бара вклучување, односно интегрално делување на сите институции на државата, вклучително и на социјалните партнери или нивните представници, како Сојузот на синдикатите на Македонија, вклучување на граѓанската и стручната јавност пред се, за следење и имплементација на овие активности. Ковид пандемијата од светски размери не покажа дека глобални се предизвиците со современите општествени потреби за реализација на одржлив развој. Меѓутоа, водејќи грижа за остварувањето и унапредувањето на работничките права, ние како синдикати во соработка со нашите колешки и колеги од Европската конфедерација на синдикати сме свесни за потребата и нужноста од зголемување на производните капацитети на државата за обновливи извори на енергија. Изградбата на овие производствени капацитети и ние сметаме дека е неопходно и како синдикати даваме значаен придонес на тоа поле, но исто толку е потребна и неопходна и оценката на влијанието на економските и развојните проекти, како врз животната средина, така и врз животите на луѓето, односно на работниците кои денеска работат во тие производствени капацитети. Ние имаме за цел да ги заштитиме и да обезбедиме економско-социјална сигурност и стабилност на тие работници. Се бориме за тоа. Имаме добар, морам пред се да кажам, социјален диалог со работодавачите од тие компании. Изнаоѓаме низа на заеднички решенија кои во овој момент се од заемен интерес. Меѓутоа, сметаме дека грижата за здрава и безбедна животна средина како залог за наредните генерации треба да биде и грижа за денешните работници, односно работниците кои работат на такви тешки работни места. Сметаме како синдикати дека на ова поле можеме да придонесеме многу. Сметаме дека не само на национално ниво, диалогот треба да се сведе и на локално ниво, преку локалните економско-социјални совети, особено поради тоа што цели региони во нашата држава, например, еве како градот Битола, вработуваат огромен број на вработени токму во оваа индустрија која преку јаглен овозможува енергија за сите, и сметаме дека унапредувањето на социјалниот диалог, особено на локално ниво, слушањето на потребите на работниците, не само од менаџерите на компаниите, туку и од креаторите на политиките на локално ниво, преку активно вклучување на социјалните партнери и синдикатите е исклучително значајно. Да не заборавиме, и бизнис секторот треба на крајот да ги слушне работниците кои му го ствараат капиталот, за да може да се изнајде некој поедноставен процес за преквалификација, доквалификација на таа работна сила, за луѓето да не останат без нивната екзистенција, меѓутоа да се пронедат во следните процеси на производство на електрична енергија, например, или пак во некое друго делување на самите компании, или пак некои други компании кои работат во предвидените региони. Како синдикати, морам да кажам, укажуваме и на потребите, интересите на работниците и на граѓаните да бидат активно вклучени во решавањето на овие општествени проблеми. По пат на социјален диалог се разбира, и бараме рамноправност како партнери во учеството на тој процес, за да можеме и ние да дадеме свој придонес и да помогнеме во целокупната постапка. Како ССМ укажуваме дека само заедничкото делување на сите чинители и преку Националниот економско-социјален совет, и преку локалните економско-социјални совети, и онаму каде што имаме во најголемите енергетски компании и синдикални организации, е единствениот начин да си подадеме рака и ние работниците со менаџерите и со раководствата, и на таков начин да постигнеме безболна трансформација во производство на зелена енергија, без да ги загубиме нашите работни места, без да се грижиме за нашата екзистенција како работници. За крај, ќе потсетам и ќе укажам дека во реализацијата на превземените обврски на ова поле и декларацијата за зелена агенда, особено е значено да се унапреди регионалната соработка. Ние како синдикати многу работиме на ова поле со нашите колешки и колеги, особено од регионот, кои се соочуваат токму со истиот предизвик како и ние, ако имаме во предвид дека во Западен Балкан најголемиот процент на енергија доаѓа токму од јаглен и нафта, и сметаме дека решавањето на тие проблеми, особено за поздрава животна средина, за нашите идни генерации, за моите деца, за вашите деца, за идните поколенија, треба да го засега и аспектот на обезбедување на подобар начин на преквалификација и доквалификација на работниот кадар и работната сила која во моментот ја имаме, евентуално вработување кај други работодавачи за кои стручноста која имаат овој тип на работници ќе помогне во развојот на тие други компании, и сметаме дека остварувањето и унапредувањето на работничките права и градењето на современо општество со целосна грижа за природата и животната средина треба да биде приоритет како на креаторите на политиките, така и на нас синдикатите. Ви благодарам.
Thank you very much. I would then like to come to the next question, but thanks a lot. Having heard this first intervention now, and I'm actually wondering how you would respond to that, maybe first of all, and then also given that most co-workers are men, and you have touched upon that as well a little bit, but maybe from your perspective, what is the challenge of not only having the workers or addressing the workers, but also the ones that might be at fear of being left behind, maybe especially also women there. And who do you think are often the most vulnerable in coal regions in transition?
Thank you.
Maybe
Thank you very much. So yes, by all means, I agree with most of the things Slobodan said. And it is great to hear that the trade unions are aware of what is coming and that the labor market will for sure change in coal regions. So the types of work that are available now and that will be available later are different, and they will move probably from the energy sector to other sectors as well. So we cannot expect that all the workers that are currently in the energy sector can stay in the energy sector with the transition process. So new jobs will for sure be available in waste management, in transport, in circular economy, but also in some completely different sectors. This includes tourism, it includes very much the care sector, and of course it includes food production. So it will be very important to use all transferable skills, but also to direct workers to explore possibilities for work, retraining in newly available economic branches. So now on to the other question. At this point in the process in North Macedonia, but also in all other Western Balkan economies, it is crucial to start discussions with affected citizens. So not only with the workers, but also with all citizens. Whether they are workers in the coal sector, whether it is their wives or it is any other citizens, we need to talk to them. We are still not at a point in the process of just transition where the gender issue can be separated from the overall issue. So we are not far enough in the process to be able to separate these. We are nearing the beginning of implementation in this country, and in the other countries, we are still in planning mostly. So any actions that are taken, they need to be really mindful of the overall development of coal regions and of their transformation to a decarbonized economy. So that said, the most vulnerable are definitely the coal, the worker families, and of course their wives and children, indeed. But considering that over the past decades, all of the coal regions in the region were slowly moving to a complete dependence on coal, so they did have diversity before, and over the decades they moved to a dependence on coal. So now everyone was affected by the movement then. So now the adverse happens, so everyone will be affected by the movement to greater economic diversity in their region. So while the outlook is definitely scary for the people living there, I can imagine that, it is also a great opportunity because there will be new businesses. There will likely be also new branches of the economy that are not yet thriving in these regions at all. They're probably not present in those regions. So this also means that new needs for work will arise. There will be work with supporting citizens with managing their expectations, with finding new jobs. There will be planning and adjusting their lives to the new circumstances, and also they will be creating the services that will be needed to enable the new economy. So to sum up, the greatest challenges in the imminent period will be informing citizens about the change in a meaningful way. This is one, and this is the really, really burning issue right now. Informing citizens in a meaningful way cannot be emphasized enough. Next is managing the expectations of people on the ground. So what they can get, which type of work, all of that. And the third is finding the balance between continuing the investments in the energy sector versus investing in other economic branches, so in economic diversification of all kinds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So with this to Ms. Tesovska-Jovanovic, we have heard a lot about the challenges now. ESM is indeed a part of the transition or implementation of the transition in North Macedonia, among other projects. I think we have heard one of them as well. ESM is implementing photovoltaic on the exhausted coal mine in Oslo May and also Bitola. So, but this also requires for some skills development. So I'm wondering, what is the role of ESM, or first of all, what's the role of ESM in the energy transition and especially coal regions? And then what is ESM currently doing and planning within the job market and new skills development. Maybe also something regards to new skills supply versus skills demand and matching that.
Благодарам. Нашата компанија има голема улога во постигнување на поставените државни и стратешки цели, утврдени во Стратегијата за развој на енергетиката до 2040 година и Националниот план за енергија и клима, каде што јасно е дефинирана определбата на нашата земја за инвестиции во чиста енергија. Енергетската транзиција за нас не е само тема на дебата, туку со наши инвестиции во капацитетите за производство на електрична енергија од обновливи извори на енергија, ние покажуваме дека компанијата и државата сериозно работат на постепено поместување на производството од технологии кои загадуваат кон така наречени чисти или зелени технологии. По ветерниот парк Богданци, кој што е 39 мегавати чиста енергија, во рек Осломе е завршена изградбата на првата 10 мегавати фотонапонска електрана на стариот рудник. И подпишани се договори за изградба на уште 2 електрани од по 50 мегавати. Со овие подпишани договори се предвидува за секој еден изграден мегават да биде превземен еден вработен од ЕСМ. Понатаму планираме значајни инвестиции во кругот на рек Битола и во Осломе исто така дополнителни фотонапонски електрани, кои што заедно со електраната на природен газ и водород, согласно усвоената енергетска стратегија на државно ниво, треба да го заменат јагленот во Битола и во Осломе во следната деценија. Еве и на крајот да споменеме дека владата неодамно донесе одлука за избор на најповолна понуда за ХЕЦ Чебрен, со што отпочнува процесот на реализација на еден од најважните енергетски стратешки проекти за инсталирани капацитети од најмалку 333 мегавати. Тој ќе ни овозможи во иднина да го намалиме производството од јаглен. Земајќи предвид дека ЕСМ е компанија која производува електрична енергија во најголем процент од јаглен и фосилни горива, а енергетскиот сектор забрзано се трансформира, ние како раководство ќе се обидеме да ги обезбедиме сите можности за стекнување на нови вештини и знаења за нашите вработи. Тоа вода.
A lot of organization. Thanks a lot for your intervention. And Mr. Peeples, I would like to come to you now. You have heard a lot about the ESM activities. I will give you the microphone in a second. So the average age of a coal worker is above what we consider being youth. I think that's normally from the age 15 to 24. Up to 29, okay. But in coal regions, for example, in North Macedonia, there is a high, it is mentioned a high unemployment rate of youth. That's also in general the case for the Western Balkans. In North Macedonian coal regions, it's 20% above the average number. And in other reports, for example, for Bosnia and Herzegovina, I found numbers of high out-migration of youth in coal regions. So I'm wondering, what would you suggest to companies, maybe even like ESM, to implement in terms of policies and measures to increase and support the participation of youth or young people in the labor market? And how are young people maybe often being at risk of being overlooked in just transition planning? Because maybe they are not obviously so much part of this transition. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I would first of all like to thank you for the opportunity to address the Just Transition Forum on behalf of the Regional Youth Cooperation Office. Maybe just to give a context, the Regional Youth Cooperation Office is an intergovernmental mechanism that was established by the 6 Western Balkan contracting parties. So in its nature, it's quite similar, for example, to the energy community, but obviously our aim is to enhance the mobility of young people in the Western Balkans and to create a spirit of regional cooperation, also to promote the spirit of regional cooperation that I agree with the Deputy Director mentioning this morning is extremely important. So our core business is not related to coal regions or just transition, but it's mainly related to offering these mobility schemes. But then when you work with young people, obviously you're also encountering the main challenges that they see. And I have to say that from our experience, issues such as climate change and transition to green economies is becoming more and more present as a challenge or as an issue for young people. So especially, I think this is my first message, that especially in a region with quite a lot of substantial problems that young people face, that range from the quality of education, the quality of employment, and so on, it's still, I would say that green transition and climate change slowly appears as a major issue, especially when young people are working in a regional context. So for us at the Regional Youth Cooperation Office, our first aim is to bring these young people together from different parts of the region, from all parts of the Western Balkan region, and provide them space or platform where they can deliberate and discuss what are the pressing issues for them. While secondly, our second aim is, once they meet and once they deliberate and discuss their main issues, and as I said, just transition and green economy is a major one nowadays. Our second aim is to foster this collaboration between these young people that are often activists, representatives of the civil society community, and governmental stakeholders, but not only governmental ones, but also stakeholders from industry and from business. As an intergovernmental organization, we obviously have perhaps better positioning to combine and to bridge this gap between young people as a main societal actor and governmental stakeholders on the other hand. What our activities have shown, and we, RYCO exists for now 7 years, we have had 35,000 young people participating in our activities. And what it has been shown is that definitely young people recognize the very drastic changes to the climate. They recognize that they're breathing air that is of extremely low quality. They are aware of extreme heat waves, floods that are happening in the region. And I would say that they see themselves really as agents of change or actors of change that can participate on addressing those topics. Wouldn't go, maybe in the second questions will be more of a chance to go a bit more in the policy side of our work, but when we work also with industries and business community, we always emphasize that our data shows that 25% of young people are neither employed nor in education. So they're not studying and they're also not working. And you can imagine that is 1 out of 4 young person in the region. So we invite always decision makers and governmental stakeholders to see this, of course, in the gravity that it is, but also see it as an opportunity to address this issue either through specific policies of internships, either through rescaling of skills, training programs. But I also agree with the comment from the first panel that this rescaling and training and internship opportunities, they need to provide the young people the opportunity to stay here and not to take these skills and bring them to Western Europe, Germany, or whatever. So this would be my first messages. Young people are very much engaged in this topic. They consider themselves as part of societal and change actor. And it is crucial to have young people sitting in the room when these policies on energy transition, green economy are being discussed. Because as Barack Obama said, one voice can change the room, and that voice can then change also the world. But if you're not sitting in the room, then obviously you cannot influence it. So it's really important that young people are part, and representatives of youth, civil society organizations, national youth councils are sitting and discussing with all major stakeholders their strategies and policies.
Try this one. I think.
Okay.
Sorry for that. Thank you a lot. Mrs. Dema, coming to you now. As a woman working in a still very high-dominated, male-dominated, highly male-dominated energy sector, this is what I meant. What gender-sensitive policies and measures would you suggest or do you think are crucial to make this environment more attractive for women?
So hello everyone, and thank you for having me today in this panel discussion. In fact, as a woman electrical engineer and working for more than 10 years in the power industry and the energy sector, in a male-dominated sector, I have been so many times part of this kind of discussions that tackle the gender equality. And in my opinion, yes, it is important to make changes in the policies and also to take measures. But the main problem, I think it is that we have to encourage young people and women to study science, technology, engineering, and to choose to work in this kind of environments. And also, on the other hand, we have to work more with all the energy planners so they can be aware of the importance of the woman inclusion in the energy sector and the diversification of the energy sector. So, as you said, and as everybody knows, the energy sector is male-dominated sector for so many years ago, and it is still going like that, even though we are doing a lot of efforts to make changes in that. But if we go deeper and look in the statistics, the world working force, only 39% are women. And if we look at the statistics in the energy sector, only 16% of the working force in the energy sector are women, which shows really low percentage. And if we go deeper to analyze the number of women which are engaged in management and leadership position, this percentage is even much lower, unfortunately. So we have to do something and to make changes in this part. I think maybe this is because of the barriers that women face in the energy sector. They are mainly the same barriers that women face and in other sectors, but with one difference. The energy sector is going transition and transformation, and maybe the pressure is much more bigger for a woman in the energy sector. Hopefully, with energy transition and with the penetration of new technologies, with renewable sources and so on, women will find more space in these technologies and will offer them more space to engage and to be part of the energy sector. Even thought that we see women mainly in the administration and not in the engineering and technical part, but hopefully this will help women with the new technologies to they engage more in the energy sector. So I think that we have to do changes in the energy policy. The woman engagement in the energy sector is also mentioned and in the European Green Deal. And we have to work in profilization of women and creating a flexible working environment for women in the energy sector. We have a lot of job to do in here, but we will all agree that we need an environment that will be inclusive and diverse, and because it is strategic, not only for the statistics and the numbers, but it is well shown that if an environment is has included woman and male, and it is diverse, strategically it can work in a better way, and all the challenges can be addressed much more better. I also saw the statistics from the cold regions in North Macedonia. In REC Bitola, we have like more than 3,000 workers, and 83%, if I'm not wrong, are male. And if we see REC Oslome with more than 1,000 workers, there are 93% of the workers are all male. And this is an alarming that we have to work in the inclusion of women in the energy sector more appropriately.
Thank you. No. Okay, I just okay. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for the intervention. Ms. Milewska, I would like to come back to you. Try and ask everyone to try to keep the second round of questions quite short, so we have more time for Q&A later. You as a Just Transition coordinator, I'm wondering, with your experience, does the intervention of Ms. Dema is it in line with your experience and expertise in that topic? And what policies and measures would you suggest to address existing inequalities, not only for women, but also other segments of the society? And yeah, can you maybe think of any best practice example here?
Thank you very much. Well, the discussion of a male-dominated sector is definitely relevant for the energy sector. I'm coming from the civil society organization sector, and let me tell you that here, this is completely female-dominated. So most of my colleagues are women. Now, this may be because these jobs are frequently less paid. They are usually not very easy in terms of, you have to fight your male counterparts in the energy sector. So yes, there is a bit of that, and even in our sector we do see it. However, any measures in the labor market that would ensure meaningful inclusions of vulnerable groups need to focus on increasing the diversity of sectors. So as opposed to focusing on measures in the energy sector. So we need more diversity, as Ms. Dema mentioned. Overall, the inclusion of women in the labor market is 39%. So we need more inclusion of women everywhere, not only in the energy sector. Of course, the energy sector is much more pronounced in the energy sector, but we do need more inclusion of women everywhere. So what is crucial for the coal-affected regions is to reduce the dependency of those regions on the single economic branch of energy, and moving them to a more diverse economy. I already mentioned a bit of this in reply to the previous question. So there are so many options for the coal regions, but decision makers and policy makers, they need to give them space to develop. And as other economic branches develop, the male domination of the energy sector will become more or less irrelevant. This will be because there will be more options for everyone, including for women. Thank you.
Thank you again. So then I would like to come back to the workers again, and Mr. Trendafilov. What policies and actions are needed to mitigate the negative impacts on affected workers, maybe not only directly and indirectly affected workers, but also low and high skills level workers? And how is the Federation of Trade Unions working to improve the situation of workers' rights?
Благодарам. Пред се, ние како синдикати вложуваме многу напор, време и средства да правиме обуки на работниците кои се наши членови, не само во процесот на потребата од заштита и унапредување на нивните работнички права, меѓутоа и од подигнување на свесноста за предизвиците со кои тие ќе бидат соочени во наредниот период. Нешто што сметаме дека е добар пример кој би требало и работодавачите, особено во овој сектор, да го применуваат, и онаму каде што имаме соработка како тоа што е ЕСМ, ние тоа заеднички го работиме. Работниците, се разбира, се соочени со предизвикот од губење на нивните работни места или пак од нивна преквалификација и доквалификација. Работодавачите ќе мораат да вложат многу средства да го прават тоа денес заради тоа што утре може навистина да биде
Так,
доцна.
уточни номер
Треба да
телефона, не
ја
можна
подигнат,
на вртење. А може
треба да ја подигнат свеста кај работниците дека дополнителното учење и стекнување на вештини ќе им помогне во наредниот период, односно во процесот на трансформација во производство на зелена енергија и да се најдат тие во тој процес за да продолжат, се разбира, да ја прехрануваат својата фамилија и своето семејство и дополнително да работат и да придонесуваат за компаниите. Ние како синдикати сметаме дека политиките кои ги креираат во овој случај владата не треба да бидат само на хартија, туку нивната имплементација е навистина значајна, особено во овој процес. Ние сме сведоци во минатите години дека имаме добри закони, добри политики во одредени насоки, меѓутоа имплементацијата како да ни недостасува и тоа е еден од клучните проблеми во овој момент. Сметам дека тоа што заеднички ќе го договориме треба да се имплементира многу брзо и многу ефикасно. За крај би сакал само да се надоврзам, веројатно сликата со тоа колку мажи и колку жени работат во дејноста значително ќе се промени со новите технологии, ако имаме во предвид дека токму во овој сектор високо квалификуваниот работен кадар е од женската популација, додека оние кои работат во рудниците на површинските копови и слично се најчесто мажи. Се надевам дека овој процес на транзиција, на зелена агенда и зелена транзиција и производство од обновливи извори на енергија ќе овозможат оваа слика да се промени во обратен сооднос и во тој случај сметам дека и ние како синдикати ќе бидеме задоволни. Благодарам.
Thank you very much. So coming back to Ms. Dema, what is the role of ERC as a regulator to protect workers and the most vulnerable in the labor market? And what is ERC doing to providing new job opportunities at the moment?
So coming from the Energy Regulatory Commission, an independent institution and which responsibilities are stipulated in the law on energy. We mainly work in, we are focusing in overseeing the energy sector and the energy industry, and we work on policies as well as we take care of the customers of the energy services and all the workers in the energy sector. So we, with our policies, maybe don't make a direct impact in this part, but indirectly we yes affect workers, especially those in the cold regions. So we, the Energy Regulatory Commission, states for that in North Macedonia should be a fast energy transition, but it also has to be in a fair and in an inclusive way. We work in policies that advocate for renewable energy sources, and also these renewable energy sources offer more work opportunities for all the participants in the energy sector. When we are talking about cold regions in North Macedonia, we know that our country is facing a lot of problems and some development issues we are tackling, and they are maybe the same like aging population, lower natality, immigration, brain drain, and so on. And these problems are also we can see them in the cold regions. That's why we have to do more suitable environment for the people living in those cold regions to stay there and not to immigrate. Maybe we have to work more to give more priority to be built renewable energy sources in those regions, as well as we have to coordinate all the actions of the transmission system operator for more faster connection to the grid, and so on. So we know that the transition itself, every kind of transition that the world has seen, and there have been a lot of them, brings some kind of fear in the population. For example, the automation transition left outside from the jobs a lot of people. And maybe that's also that's one of the problems and the fears that it is seen in the population. We have to work as well to inform them and to make them aware that the transition in some way will not only improve the environment they live, but also and will give them a lot of job opportunities.
Coming back to Ms. Hesowska-Jovanovic and ESM. So I would like to ask something related to recent activities under the Accelerating Coal Transition Program. So ESM plays a crucial implementation role in these plans, often in cooperation with responsible ministries. So I'm wondering, how is ESM actually involved into the development of labor market policies and strategies in North Macedonia? And since skills are often locked to the past, skills responses are often locked to the past, has ESM any active role when planning for a match of new skills demand and skills supply?
Праведната транзиција треба да ја обезбеди иднината на работниците и истата треба да се темели на социјален диалог помеѓу сите заинтересирани страни. А тоа се сите помалку или повеќе. Владите како креатори на политиките, работниците, синдикатите, работодавците. Со цел да се започне процесот на праведна енергетска транзиција, кој ние овде дома се обидуваме да го спроведуваме за почетокот во Осломе, сите учесници треба да се сметаат за носители на одлуки. И затоа е многу важно да бидат вклучени во процесот, да се разбираат меѓусебно и да имаат заедничка визија. Овој процес бара сериозна посветеност и емпатија од страна на сите чинители, и домашни и надворешни. Владата неодамно го усвои патокасот за праведна транзиција во насока на отпочнување со активности кои ќе возможат соодветно прилагодување на нашата земја и регионите зависни од јаглен, кон нови политики на ЕУ за забрзан зелен раст и транзиција. Во процесот на подготовка на овој документ, представници од нашата компанија, тука во третиот ред, најголем дел дами, учествуваа и го дадоа својот максимум, доставуваа податоци потребни за анализи, истиот ги содржи низата на мерки и активности кои се однесуваат на ЕСМ. Во делот на реализација отпочнате процесот на воспоставување на структура на праведна транзиција. Исто така, важно е што денеска тука имаме можност да слушнеме за опциите за поддршка и искуствата за недобрите практики и лекции кои веќе се научени. Бидејќи веруваме дека со доволно поддршка Северна Македонија, како и останатите земји кои се соочуваат со истите предизвици, ќе може да стане пример. И тоа добар пример.
Thank you very much. Now the last question, but not least, and as a maybe refreshing outlook, and acknowledging that the power of youth is often underestimated to share information among within a couple of seconds with among their peers. I'm wondering, what is your idea on how to maybe better involve young people in a just transition awareness campaign? Can you maybe think of any example or project related to that from Raiko?
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, I said already in the first intervention that we as Raiko, we see our role to establish or to give platforms for young people to deliberate and discuss the challenges and the visions that they have. And since we are now 10 days before the Berlin Process Summit that will happen in Tirana this year, maybe a good example is what Raiko did last year, where we brought 70 young people from all corners of the region for 4 days together. And these 70 people were working on policy recommendations that were presented by several of representatives of these 70 people to 20 heads of state and government that were present in the last year's Berlin Process Summit that happened in Berlin. And I think for this forum, it's especially relevant to say that these 70 young people from throughout the region established three clusters of recommendations, one on resilient democracy, one on progressive peace policy, and one on sustainable living, how they called it. And there they made several policy recommendations to the decision makers that, and I quote, says that they want the establishment of a green mentality for change. They want a participatory green agenda, and they want energy security that doesn't endanger the climate. So what it means, we then took these recommendations and published something that we call the Youth Declaration, is that if you go a bit more in detail, these young people are demanding from the decision makers to really establish green education as an obligatory subject in core curricula. So they see that in education and schools, where they spend quite a lot of time of their daily lives, should be the drivers that also promote this transition process and the green topics. And they suggest, for example, that this core curricula should include trainings on recycling, on waste management, that there should be climate awareness subjects, and that core curricula should also include practical project work on implementing green activities as part of the school system. And another example, which I think is important to note here, is on this subject on energy security that doesn't endanger the climate, is that these 70 young people feel that there is the time has come to overcome traditional fossil means that generate energy, and that the Western Balkans have quite a significant potential when it comes to especially solar and wind power. And they call this change that they're requesting from the governments a process of energy democratization. And last but not least, on the participatory green agenda, they put special emphasis on addressing and working with the most vulnerable and underrepresented and marginalized groups, because the feeling that these young people have is that actually those groups are mainly touched by environmental degradation, meaning disproportionately more than other parts of the society. So this would be our concrete contribution to the subject.
With this, I would like to ask everybody if there are questions. We have another, I believe, 10 minutes because we started late. There I see one question. Could you maybe just try to raise the question loud? Or...
Kindly ask the representatives that are here from the North Macedonian government, how is the cooperation between the institutions in this just transition? The Ministry of Finance and the ministry that is responsible for the social affairs. With the just transition period, of course, that this will also impact the migration of these vulnerable communities in the areas. Have you thought about financial incentives? Because it will not be that easy for them to find a job and adapt to it immediately. Maybe there are some examples from other countries of the EU where they give the financial support till they find a new job that is adequate to the just transition.
So we also have a panel just on the topic of finance later, but maybe there are some.
Thank you.
Електрани на Северна Македонија и сите надлежни министерства, Министерство за економија, Министерство за финансии, постојано соработуваат во насока на изнаоѓање на најсоодветните решенија за нашите вработени. Секако и синдикатот е тук. Сме дискутирале многу пати какви можности би можеле да изнајдеме за да им помогнеме на вработените, да им понудиме преедукации, дообукации. Еве за пример ќе го земеме Осломеј. Во јавно-приватно партнерство е предвидено приватниот партнер да земе еден вработен за секој еден изграден мегават. На јавниот повик во компанијата не се појави ниту еден вработен. Ова се работи кои што треба во иднина да ги надминуваме и да нудиме можности. Помеѓу другите работи кои што се дискутирани е идејата при заминување на вработените да им биде понудена соодветна финансиска надокнада за да можат самите да отворат своји бизниси. Еден од концептите. Тоа сега за сега.
Okay, I see there are more questions. Monica, could you maybe there and there I also saw one question.
Thank you. My name is Arieta Paziti Chirimi. I represent ABESC, that is Association of Women in Energy Sector of Kosovo. It's a NGO being registered in our country since 2017. The idea of establishing the association was ours, but we had all the time the international support. From the beginning, we were supported by USAID, and now we have other partners that are supporting our job. We have all a primary job in the energy sector institutions and companies, but this we are doing as in addition, just to help bridging this gender gap in the energy sector. What we have done, what we have identified is that we have to raise the attractiveness for young girls and for the young people in general, for entering the studying the STEM subjects, and then to enter the energy sector. And since we are we are part of the energy transition, we have to be focused. We have to be oriented to the all new professions, new workplace that can be seen now as a new opportunity for women to be a part of the sector. All equipments are intelligent now, are very programmable. So now the worker in the energy sector do not need muscles to do the work as it was in the past, and every woman should be the equal contributor to the energy sector. The energy strategy long-term in Kosovo has a very ambitious goal that from the existing less than 10% of women being employed in the energy sector, the goal is 25% within the 10 years period. 25% is very ambitious figure, but we have a will to help in that direction. We have a will to help the companies identify what can they do to balance the work-life, to achieve the best work-life balance for the employees, and to become an employer of choice for women in the sector. My question, maybe suggestion, is that every time that we have events, discussions, or roundtable about the gender diversity in the energy sector, mostly the participants are women. And there's another things that have been identified, that there's one leaking pipeline that is always the problem when women are finishing the degrees for being employed in the energy sector, but later they have some other responsibilities as a motherhood and the family planning, and they do not have the same opportunities, the same being equal in the talent pool in the organization, to have the trainings or other things, and be equal or on having the roles on the leadership of the company. If we see some companies, there's a challenge within the challenge about technical professions within the sector, and mostly in the core business departments, there are no women leading them. There's a lot of things to be done, but we in Kosovo and others in region, I hope, will start collaborate and do common efforts and raise the voice, be active voice, not only seats in these forums. Thank you.
Maybe one last question. Yeah, okay. Oh, there are many questions, but we can also continue this discussion later than in the lunch
Hi.
break. Yeah.
Hi, yes. Elena Nikolovska from EcoSfest from Skopje. I have one maybe comment and a very short question. So my comment is that when speaking about workers in the coal mines, but also in the coal plants, we need to discuss also that there is this realistic situation that there is more people employed in the capacities than we really need them. And this is like a very realistic picture when you go to speak to local population there, or when you go to speak to some of the workers there even. So is that the numbers that you get are not very realistic. And I'm sorry if maybe you have a comment, Dušica. But we also need to take into account that there is this tradition of laziness in local environments, right? So we are also not taking this into account that some of the workers working in the offices are used to taking things easy. I'm just like coming to a perspective of why no one applied to the to this call you had. It's like this used to doing things the way we did them before. And so now this new situation might mean that someone will really have to work to get paid, no? I mean, we are here in Skopje, in North Macedonia, where we are moving fast towards the energy transition, let's say, taking all these ambitious documents. So let's look at things how they really are, right? Because why discuss them behind closed doors? Because we go to the offices of the municipality and we discuss one thing, then we come to this nice place and we discuss completely different thing. So this was my very small comment. But I also have a question for Mr. Trendafilov. And my question is, what are you doing as a union to inform workers of what is going to happen? Like to sort of translate all these documents that are happening on a central government level to unions and to workers level. So just so that I have an understanding of what are your efforts in making them understand what's happening, what's going to happen, and how they will be involved in the process. Yeah, thank you.
Ќе морам да се аргументирано да се спротивставам на наводите кои што беа кажани. Само во изминатите 3 години бројот на вработените во ЕСМ е намален за повеќе од 1000. Тие вработени изминатите 2 години, податоците се достапни, обезбеди електрична енергија за секое домаќинство, иако беше кризна година и иако целиот регион се соочи со сериозни предизвици, немаше ниту ден рестрикција, а секој месец имаше прекувремени сати, затоа што не можеше да се постигне со бројот на вработените со кои што располагаме да биде завршена работата. Моментално има 4060 вработени, од кои што најголем дел се на возраст од 46 до 55 години, околу 30% и уште 56 до 64 како податоци бројки на возраст, тоа е се старо вработено население кое што е експерт во својата област. Согласности за вработување многу малце, помош се бара секогаш и од надвор.
Благодарам на прашањето. Ние како синдикати не само што правиме обуки на ниво на работодавач, за да можеме да ја подигнеме свеста кај работниците за тоа што ќе се случува во наредниот период. Ја користиме секоја можност во соработката со Европската конфедерација на синдикати, синдикатите од регионот, да правиме размена на искуства во процесот нашите луѓе од тука, односно нашите работници, да посетат некоја држава, да видат каков процес се спроведува таму во овој поглед и да ги размениме искуствата, односно да ги споделиме предизвиците со кои ние се соочуваме, едноставно да украдеме од нивното искуство и да можеме да бидеме подготвени во тоа што следува во наредниот период. Се разбира, синдикатите во рамките на нивните можности прават се со средствата со кои располагаат да можеме тоа да го направиме за што е можно поголем број на работници во особено овој сектор, каде што и најголемиот дел од работниците се членови на синдикат. Морам да кажам дека свесноста на работниците, особено во овој сектор, е навистина голема за членување во синдикат за разлика од другите дејности. Ќе морам нешто да прокоментирам како председател на Сојузот на синдикатите на Македонија во поглед на тоа колку работниците ги занемаруваат нивните работни обврски или дека треба да ги зголемат нивните можности за поефикасно да работат. Ако погледнеме во оваа сала, ниту еден работник од површинскиот КОП не е денеска присутен со нас тука да ни каже колку му е напорно, колку е тешко и што тој работи. Се надевам дека тоа ќе го имате во предвид на секоја работилница и замената на тезите во поглед на тоа колку треба дополнително да се ангажираат работниците, треба секогаш да се гледа колку треба дополнително да се платат истите. Благодарам.
Thank you very much. I think it's time. So yeah, many thanks to all the panelists. A big round of applause, actually, once more for everyone. And thank you. And let's continue the discussion in the lunch break, well-deserved one, and meet here again for the environment panel. Do you maybe want to take over?
Yes, seeing into account that there's a great appetite, of course, for lunch, but to continue this discussion, I think we should, during the lunch break, I think we should allow a slot for that. So we'll be back here at 2:10. So I'd welcome everyone back in this room, and also those of you joining online, 2:10 for the second half of the day. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. If colleagues who are still outside of the room could start rejoining us, that would be great, because we are starting with the third panel, the environmental panel. As it was to be expected, more or less, the lunch break is always a participation killer, so to say. So the morning sessions crowd is a bit now cut. But this is fine. This is the good hardcore group that is interested in the most important topic of environment. So Yeah, I will just start right away. My name is Peter Vajda. I work as senior environmental expert at the Secretariat, and I'm going to be moderating this panel of ours on environment. I will just start by introducing our panelists, and then we will start with the presentation as well. The presentation will be delivered by Ms. Jelena Moravsky, who is the Assistant Chief of the Administration of Environmental Protection in the city of Novi Sad in Serbia, which is also a municipality that is an eminent participant of the Clean Air Regions Initiative. Then we have Mr. Wolf Paul, who is currently a lead specialist for environment and geosciences for the World Bank's Environment, Natural Resources and Blue Economic Global Practice in Europe and Central Asia. Then we have Ms. Elena Nikolovska, who has been working on the climate program in Ecosvest, a Macedonian NGO, since 2016. We have Ms. Ema Regic from EPBIH from Bosnia and Herzegovina, and she's an expert in renewable energy and working on investments. We have Mr. Aleksandar Dedinec, a senior research associate from the Macedonian Academy of Sciences and Arts, very experienced in the climate issues and national energy and climate plans. And online, we have a colleague joining from Ukraine, Mr. Konstantin Krinitsky, who is an expert in the coal industry and just transition of coal regions, a legal expert actually, and works for the NGO Eco Action. We have also Kostya now on the screen. Welcome. Without further ado, I will immediately pass the parole to Jelena and ask her to deliver her presentation on the experience of the city of Novi Sad. Thank you.
It's working now, yeah. And can I have my presentation, please? Okay. Okay, that's fine. I will change slides. Hello to everybody. First of all, I want to inform you a little bit about the place where I come from. I come from Novi Sad. It's the second largest town in Serbia, and it's the capital of the region called Vojvodina. It is the fastest growing city in Serbia, with around 370,000 inhabitants, and most people live in urban parts of the city. That's very important. And it is a university center, so a lot of young people are coming on studies, and they choose the Novi Sad as a permanent address. So that's one of the reasons why it's so growing fast. And because of that, because of a lot of young people and stuff that that we are doing and plan to do with them, it's not unusual that it was pronounced as European Youth Capital in 2019. Also, it is among the first cities outside the European Union to be designed as European Capital of Culture for 2022. And we are not stopping here. Our next goal is European Green Capital. What are we doing about that? And what are responsibilities of my administration, that is City Administration for Environmental Protection? You can see on our website that is shown, I think, down there. It's maybe not seen, but you can see it. The presentation will be put on website. I will not talk about all our responsibilities because it will be a long talk and I have a short time here. So I will talk about some of them just to see it not working.
Yeah, it moved. It's okay.
It moved?
It moved.
Yes, thank you. One of them is preparation and implementation of programs and plans in the field of environmental protection. Today I will talk about air quality plan in an agglomeration Novi Sad for the period of 2022 till 2026. This is our second air quality plan. first air quality plan is already done, and I must say very successful, because 90% of measures that were planned are done. So what is air quality plan? It's a basic strategic document that defines air quality management at a local level. It determines specific measures and must be taken in order to reduce air pollution. And also it's very important that provides decision makers with foundation and gives guidelines to the proposed measures defined in the action plan. How it's made based on detailed analysis and available data. In accordance with its result, a proposal was made for measures, activities, and projects that need to be carried out in long term, as well as deadline for that implementation. It's very important to put measures and activities that are really that you can accomplish, but to be a challenge, but you can accomplish. I think that's very important. And on working on action plan, in Novi Sad, we always organize a group of people that are working on it. So it's from a lot of administration, public utilities, university, everybody, NGOs, everybody's always, it's a combined deal to have this plan, sorry. Activities related to reduction of pollutants from traffic and improvement of increase of greenery are significant as most important. So I will say something about measures from air quality plan. One of them is the reduction of air pollutants from thermal plants and furnaces. There is, you can see what is in this measure, but I will point out improving of energy efficiency of public and residential buildings and family houses through projects which are co-financed by City of Novi Sad and Ministry. So you see on a screen, you see a table which in past 2 years we are doing by giving money, so co-financed to put, for example, for citizens to put solar on their houses, to change old carpentry to new energy efficiency carpentry, to change boilers on some fuels to gas boilers, or changing pipe networks. This is why I'm pointing this, because this is a great opportunity to not only change this stuff, but to raise awareness to our citizens about this topic and about climate change, about quality of air. So we will continue to do this action. Reduction of air pollutants from traffic. What we are doing here, in order to reduce the emission of polluting from motor vehicles, the City Council of Novi Sad adopted a conclusion which recommending to a public and public utility companies and all institutions that founder is City of Novi Sad, that in the process of purchasing vehicles and working machine, they give preference to vehicles and machines that pollute environment less. So one of the results is that public city transport company bought new compressed natural gas powered buses with Euro 6 engine, as well as the electrical buses. This summer we received 10 electrical buses. On this presentation, you can, who is interested more, they can see more about this also by clicking on the link. Increasing the volume of bicycle traffic. Oh, my favorite. Novi Sad is a flat city, so it's perfect for bicycle traffic. And we have one great action on this field. We give money to provide support, actually, to citizens to buy bicycles. And that's, I think, this year was 3rd year for this action. And so far, around 5,000 citizens received these funds. And also, we give a free bike for best students in Novi Sad. That's for all students for primary and secondary school. So every year, around 60 or by bicycles is given to best students as a reward. Also, one of the measures is rehabilitation and recultivation of unsanitary landfills. Unfortunately, city of Novi Sad doesn't have sanitary landfill yet, but we are working on that. We are working actually on a regional center for waste management. On the screen, you can see what is the region, and you can see how it's supposed to be look when it's done. And I will point this, if you see on the picture, the green belt around the sanitary landfill, it's very important for quality of air. Also, green infrastructure, that is one of the measures that is very important. We think that establishing a cadastry of public green areas is very important. We already have a geographic information system of green areas. We have that kind of platform, but we are now building up the capacity of putting information about the greenery in the city. And you can see it also on the link. It's available for everybody to see it on the link on the screen. And when we accomplish this will be the main tool for management greenery. Also, we are doing a lot of activities on improving green areas by construction of new parks. So one of the projects that is in progress is Botanical Garden in Novi Sad. Also some new parks, and I must mention here composting field. That's the last picture. I don't know if you see. Few years in the past, we have composting field, and it's very important because all green waste earlier was going on landfill, and now it's going on composting treatment, and that is a lot of reduction of greenhouse emissions, of course. This is one of the newest park. After 40 years, Novi Sad got one new park. This is already done. You can see how it was looking and how it's looking now. Here you can see some of our actions that we are doing. We are doing some of them with NGOs, with citizens, with public utilities, with companies that are interested also. And here, maybe you don't see, but there is one information that in the period of 2017 till 2021, public utility greenery planted 33,000 trees. This information is from implementation report of earlier air quality plan. Also, we want to improve, one of the measures is improvement of monitoring. When I'm talking about monitoring, we are monitoring a lot of environmental aspects, but I'm talking about air this now. And for now, we have, in city of Novi Sad, we have five measurement points. But they are not automatically, so we don't have results in real time. There is two Republic measurement points that are in Novi Sad that are in real time, and now we are developing a smart air monitoring system that we are putting a lot of sensors that will have results in a real time. And also we want to be closer to our citizens, so we are changing how we will represent that. Not some difficulty, it will be in colors, it will be like maybe some smile or bad move or something is it. And also we plan to give some reference if somebody is seeing that bad air is in this area, to send it on in some park and something like that. We are in progress for that, but I think it will be good also. And raising public awareness, also measure that we are doing a lot on every field, also air quality and all generation from small to seniors. You can see it on the picture. And for the last slide, I think I'm good with time. one maybe different plan, but also important. You probably know about Global Convention of Mayors for Climate and Energy. Novi Sad entered in 2022 in this convention. And as we signed this convention, we committed to develop, implement, and report established deadlines and action plan to reach the targets. And as to show in 2022, we signed this arrangement, and in this year we are finishing our sustainable energy and climate plan. So that's it. Thank you for your attention. And if for all questions, you can write on my email. I think you saw it on screen, or you can visit our website, of course. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jelena, for this very informative presentation. There will be actually a more contentful version of Jelena's presentation online after the event, with even more information on the activities of Novi Sad. So let's jump then to the panel discussion. And first I will turn to Elena. Air quality was actually, it is, but perhaps before it was even more a hot topic in the region, in the Western Balkans in general, with number of public movements, protests, and so on. But it seems that in the past couple of years, it may have been overshadowed by other issues, especially after COVID and after the energy price crisis, by security of supply concerns and price concerns predominantly. So could you please just send us a reminder of the problem definition?
Yes, so I would say it hasn't been forgotten, at least in Macedonia. It's sort of a problem that keeps popping up in the winter region when it's the most visible. But one thing that came to like the surface concerning air pollution is that air pollution comes, yes, from a lot of reasons and in different cities the reason is the same. But one thing that I'm glad that people are now informed about, and that they know that one big reason about air pollution in the region is thermal power plants. So, for example, the latest Complier Close report from 2023 states that in 2022, REC Bitola, working only with Block 1 and 2, was the biggest emitter of SO2 and dust particles in the region. So this for us is like a red flag and should send out an alarm, because this power plant does not pollute only Macedonia, it pollutes the entire region. But also more importantly is that it emitted in 2022, REC Bitola emitted 17 times more SO2 than allowed with the NERP. So this is also like it should be an alarm to people, but also to institutions. So when speaking about protection of environment, we are also speaking about protection of people's health, but also when speaking about financing, we should also, and like the lack of financing, we should also speak about money that right now goes into health issues that will be saved. Of course, people's lives will be saved, but money will be saved also for health issues for people, especially local population. So when speaking about just transition, for us, it's very important to speak about health also, and about keeping the health of people in coal regions, which are now suffering. I mean, and it's normal, but but also taking this discussion to a national level, and which we don't see, because we don't see stakeholders from the health institutions being involved in the discussion. So we would like to see them more involved and more vocal about it, because where are the health costs in the entire discussion? Yeah.
Thank you very much, and also thanks for bringing the health perspective into the picture, taking off my moderator's hat and putting on my official hat. We actually at the Secretariat also did an analysis years ago when we assessed like the cost-benefit ratio of implementing the air emissions related legislation, and it was like 1:16, 1:17 cost benefit ratio because of the huge external costs and hidden costs indeed. So it's not just, I mean, it is a health issue, but which then turns into an economic issue very, very fast. So now I will turn to Alexander, because you have been working a lot with national energy and climate plans, not just domestically, but even internationally. You have vast experience regionally, but even in EU member states. The name suggests of national energy climate plans that these are planning documents for the fields of energy and climate, but of course they inevitably have strong links with, let's say, classic environmental subjects like air quality or air pollution. So could you just please also enlighten us, like, what positive effects these planning documents could bring on different environmental media, especially air?
Yeah, I can use both. Okay. Okay, thank you very much for the question. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation to be part of this very important forum. A lot of familiar faces here today. Regarding your question, yes, we finished the National Energy and Climate Plan for Macedonia several years ago, 2 years actually. It was adopted 2020-22, but it was prepared 2021 and 2022. Few months ago, we finished the Kosovo National Energy and Climate Plan, and now we are working on the Romanian National Energy and Climate Plan. All countries has some specifics, own specifics. And you mentioned that in a National Energy and Climate Plan actually has 3 main objectives. The first one is reduction of greenhouse gas emission. The second one is the renewable energy, and the third one is the energy efficiency. Most of the attention in the National Energy and Climate Plan is on the energy, but Ellen already mentioned that most of the pollutants are coming from the energy too. So actually, National Energy Climate Plan, with all the measures that are proposed in the National Energy and Climate Plans, I'm talking about these countries that we are working on, but also in the other countries, directly contribute to the reduction of the local pollutants. Actually, all the measures are environmental friendly. If we consider the measures that are proposed in the power sector, so the target is, for example, for Macedonia is to decommission the thermal power plants. That means that the local pollutant that are coming from the power plants, we saw that there is some impact, and replacement with the renewable energy will actually contribute to the reduction of the local pollutant. The same story is with the transport sector. So one of the measures that are proposed in the transport sector is also electrification of the transport sector, and that will contribute to the reduction of the local pollutant too. But also there is an introduction of the hydrogen. The same story is with the industry sector. So pretty much in all the sectors, we have measures that contribute to the reduction of the consumption of electricity, contributing to the reduction of the greenhouse gas emission, and increasing the share of renewables. But we have one problem in one sector, just in one sector, that is the household sector. Actually, the most of the pollutants are coming from the combustion of the biomass, using of the biomass in the households. In all the country in the region, even in Romania, although it's EU member state, a lot of emissions are coming from the biomass consumption. But the biomass at the same time is renewable energy, and we want to increase the share of renewables. So we have to find a way how to replace the biomass, which is renewable, with some other renewable sources. So one of the best solution is replacement of the biomass with heat pumps, with inverters. So at the same time, we will reduce the local pollution, but also we will increase the share of renewables, or to increase the efficiency of the biomass stock, because in the region it's too low.
Thank you very much, Alexander, and thanks also for bringing in the domestic heating perspective into the picture. It is indeed a hard nut to crack everywhere, also in EU member states. Now I'm turning to Elma, and back to the power sector, actually, because you are working in one of the generation companies, which obviously have a very crucial role in the energy transition. And also that the energy transition not only happens, because it does happen beyond any doubt, it is happening, but it happens in the right form. So what I would like to ask you is to give us a few examples from your practice, like how is it happening in your company, in EPBIH?
Thank you for that question. Well, I must admit that energy Okay, thank you. Thank you. So I was saying that generation companies, energy and electricity, are facing huge challenges today. Mainly the ones which rely on the production based on coal, and we are really having so much in front of us, because demand is increasing because of the electrification of the transport and heating sector. But we have clear goals which are set in front of us within the national energy and climate plans, and we really need to find the pathways to reach those goals. I can say from the perspective of my company that we have started with a measurement of solar and wind potential a long time ago, with the aim of constructing the renewables facilities. And that is one point. The second point is that in the last 2 or 3 years, we have been focused on the comprehensive analysis of the former coal mine areas, and we were trying to figure out what is the best way to utilize the available space as well as the workforce which is available there. So we have developed more than 15 projects of PV power plants which are on those areas, which cannot be used for other purposes as well. And it is about 300 megawatts which will be installed on those areas. I can say that that is one part of the solution. The second part would be cultivation of the energy crops on the suitable areas as well. We are planning to convert 2 coal-based thermal power plant units to the biomass only. And that is actually energy crops are in a pilot phase, but we have clear plans regarding all that. But that is only one part of the solution that will save jobs for one small part of the people. But I still, there will be people that needs to be cared for in another way. I must say that for reaching all goals, we have to invest in renewables up to 2030 intensively. And we have so many projects developed, and we really need to focus on financing those projects, because they need to be realized and constructed in order to satisfy the demand and maintain energy security of the supply, as well as the some prices at a reasonable level. We have all witnesses of the energy crisis, which was here for the last 2 years, and we don't want that to happen. So we are determined to build new renewables, but we have to get support from and get access to the some funds like the modernization fund in UEU in order to be able to build all those projects.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you very much, Elma. And also, your last point actually is a very nice liaison to our next panelist, Wolf. Wolf, you are working at the World Bank, so obviously the issue of financing is kind of a very, very prominent link, and obviously it is key for the energy transition to succeed. So I would like just to ask you to say a few examples of your experience of successfully implemented projects from the bank's portfolio.
Thank you very much. Is it on or? Yeah, okay, good. It's I don't know where to start really, because I could tell you that the World Bank in the past 5 years or so spent $13 billion on renewable energy financing, about $5 billion on energy efficiency, and about the same amount on energy access. But what does it really mean? Does throwing money at renewable energy solve the problem? We found that it has become more and more difficult to find investments that really give a promise of scaling up and becoming something transformative. And when we talk about transition, we want to have a transformative element. We don't want to have 25 little parcels spread in the country where we finance solar panels. This is this is really not the transformative impact that we are trying to do with our financing. Instead, we need to think about
Okay, better. Shall I repeat everything I said before? No, but one key word may be worth repeating. We look for transformative impact. So we're not, in many countries we moved away from financing concrete investments, for instance, in solar panels. We finance upstream work. We try to finance work that sets the stage and enables the private sector or other concessional financing to come in and effectively operate in this space. We also have found that in the past 5 years, the nature of the operations have become more complex. We have found that we need to look more for interconnections. When we talk about energy poverty, for instance, we make the link to air pollution because people burn car tires, their garbage, dung, biomass, etc., because they can't afford access to energy. So energy access, especially in continents like Africa, but also here in the Western Balkans, is actually tightly connected to air quality. And we have recognized that and are working on that. We are financing a big P4R Projects for Result project in Poland, where we have exactly the same idea of enabling change by helping people to make heating, especially heating, more affordable. Now, when it comes to our classic just transition that we started financing now, we really try to go about it in a holistic aspect, and that makes financing even more complicated. We developed the cold transition framework that is built on 3 pillars: governance, people and communities, and the remediation of environment and the repurposing of lands and assets. Obviously, all of them can have environmental impacts, but how do you make them work together to actually create something effective? When it comes to lands, for instance, repurposing mine lands to put solar panels, like in Oslo May in this country, or like in Bosnia, are really, really promising first attempts. But we find that even if you look at these low-hanging fruit, there are lots and lots of barriers, and every project is a complicated transaction. So we need to find a way of making these transactions less complicated and quicker, and therefore develop a pipeline that is more effective, that allows more projects to flow through in a quicker time. How do we do that? In Poland, we have a pending proposal to the government where aside from concrete investments on land repurposing, we are going to look at strategic land management on a country level. Poland has about 800,000 hectares of industrial, mining, and military brownfields. That's 8,000 square kilometers that could be used for renewable energy. But recently there was a project where they cut down 5 square kilometers of forest for a battery factory. So there's something not really connecting in the stock of available lands for development and the system that actually brings these lands to market. I could go on along. Sorry, but maybe just some more concrete examples. In Bosnia-Herzegovina, we are in the discussion and in finalizing a project where we are going to invest both in land repurposing and then in the follow-up renewable energy investments, flanked by investments in labor transformation and reskilling. And in Kosovo, we are discussing with the government a very interesting project where we are making the connection between land management, working with the MESPI, with the Ministry of Environment, Spatial Planning and Infrastructure, and the Ministry of Economics that owns, or basically supervises the Kosovo electricity company, and bring them to work together to actually effectively manage these vast mine lands, 25 square kilometers immediately next to Pristina, via a spatial master plan, and unlock their potential, not only in terms of energy, but also in terms of green uses. And I'll stop here.
Thank you very much. Indeed, we have to proceed because of our time constraints. So I'm coming now to our last panelist, Konstantin, joining us from Ukraine. So if you could just give us the Ukrainian perspective to what you have heard and what we've been discussing, and especially in the context of the green reconstruction of the country that is already in planning, as we have also heard in the morning session, and also the perspective on of that process on air quality in particular.
Yeah, thank you. And I hope you can hear me. I hope the problems with the microphone are not contagious. So thank you, Peter. Yeah, and I'm very sorry for not being able to be there with you in person. As you can imagine, air quality is not like the first priority right now in Ukraine, although even this topic transformed and can be looked at from another angle. For example, pollution from the war. For example, when Russia bombs oil depots, it really worsens the situation. So air quality is still somewhat in the general focus. Before the start of the Russian full-scale invasion, Ukraine had a very active just transition process, or rather planning of a just transition process, both on the local and national levels, as well as with the support from our international partners. Some regions got as far as to almost adopt their own just transition strategies, as almost did Donetsk region in eastern Ukraine, where we supported and facilitated this process in 2020 and 2021, together with our Ukrainian and international partners. But now, in 2022, everything changed. The overwhelming majority of coal communities are in eastern Ukraine, and the fiercest battles are underway in Donetsk region, just 20-30 kilometers from the coal towns that were really engaged in the just transition process. Luhansk region in eastern Ukraine is almost completely occupied by the Russians, and last year they occupied the remaining coal towns there. So for these communities, the priority is not just transition as such, but just survival. And as I said, that everything changed, but here I was maybe not being totally honest, because on the other hand, local authorities' openness and willingness to transform stayed the same. The local authorities, they're still talking about the transformation of the economies, but now it's more in a much more like wider context of the reconstruction of their towns, of the entire region. And here I see our direct role as an NGO to help update and to revitalize the topic of just transition, to update the plans and projects that were already there, to make just transition part of Ukraine's green recovery. And the recovery must be green. The principles of just transition must be in the very fabric of Ukraine's reconstruction. And the latest, brightest example is the Ukraine Recovery Conference that took place last June in London, where coal communities developed a common concept of just transition in the reconstruction process. It was supported by 17 Ukrainian coal mining communities. So the interest is still there. And one of the messages that the coal towns tried to send was that coal municipalities can become the pilot towns of Ukraine's green reconstruction. And why not? Because our government reconfirmed the 2035 coal phase-out date in power generation. As you know, our coal fleet is one of the oldest and most dirtiest in Europe. And Russia is still targeting our energy infrastructure. So we see that coal there will be a phase out of coal in Ukraine. So the communities can become the beacons of what can be done with renewables, with energy efficiency and energy efficient equipment, with the whole greenness of Ukraine's reconstruction. And here I'm somewhat carefully optimistic because I'm sure you heard already that there is a big GIZ project in Western Ukraine where the results, I hope, will be used by other communities. There is an NECP project where Ukraine will be drafting its own NECP until 2030, and also our government still communicates the readiness to develop a staged transition program until 2030. So the avenues for the reconstruction and for adding just transition is there.
Thank you very much, Konstantin. And with that, we will proceed to the second part of our panel discussion, where I will pose one question that will be directed to two panelists, actually, to have different or parallel opinions. So the first question is addressed actually to Wolf and to Alexander, and that's related to the question of siting. With the more and more massive uptake of renewables, this is an even increasingly important topic. And I'm asking you to be very brief with your interventions, so like a 1-minute reply, so that we still have time for questions and answers afterwards. Okay, so who will go first? Alexander? Or Wolf? Okay, Wolf.
Well, siting is becoming increasingly more challenging because even with something as noble and globally nice as renewable energy, NIMBYism, not in my backyardism, is a very important aspect. And in many legislations, not least Western countries like the US, Germany, or other Western countries, finding space for renewable energy installation speed, wind or solar, has become very, very cumbersome, lengthy, and difficult. So the connection with phasing out coal, I think, is a very compelling one. If you have a coal mine that has decommissioned lands and space, etc., that are not encumbered by environmental protection, by claims of neighbor stakeholders, etc., that are usually quite isolated from settlements, this is really the next low-hanging fruit to target, and this is exactly what we are doing with our current approach to coal transition. We are going to use those locations, also offering mining companies, mining communities, a strategy for survival in doing so. Over. Thank you.
This morning I had a meeting with the representative of the Romanian authorities, and actually the target for renewables for Romania was 34. Their plan was to achieve around 31, 32 in the previous version of the National Energy and Climate Plan. With this version that we are working on, we achieved 36, and now the target is 38 from the European Commission, the new one. So in the morning they asked us how we are going to achieve this target, how many renewables we have to put on place, and where to find the space for these renewables. So yes, I think is one of the most important thing now. We know that the renewables can contribute to the reduction of a lot of targets, a lot of local pollutants and so on and so on. But the other thing is where to build this power plants. Together with the EcoSvest and the National Conservancy, we developed a study for Macedonia, actually 2 studies. The first one is to develop develop this kind of PV and wind, this kind of power plants on the brown fields, on the old mines, not just mine as a lignite mine, but all the mines that are used for different purposes. And we found that just on 5 locations, we can construct half of the capacities planned in the strategy for energy development of Macedonia. But we extend this location not just on the brownfields, but also on the greenfields, and we created different indicators: how far is from the transmission network, from the roads, from different settlements, and so on and so on, and not impacting the environment. That was the most important thing: not impacting environment, not building in the protected area. We found that around 11,000 of megawatts of PV can be constructed in Macedonia, which is actually production for to double the current consumption can be doubled, and we can have enough electricity just from PV, roughly.
Thank you very much. And the next question is addressed to Elma and Elena. And that's about the role of public participation in project development from the NGO perspective and from the developer's perspective, or from the utilities perspective. So I would like first Elena perhaps to reflect.
My favorite topic. Like Wolf mentioned, so we need real transformative impacts, and real transformative impacts are not possible without stakeholder involvement, without the involvement of all stakeholders. So if you don't ask the people what they want, or if you don't go on the ground and ask the people what the reality of the situation is and get all the gossip, then you don't get the real projects that are necessary for the region, for the specific region. For example, right now we see that there are a lot of alternative economic branches being developed in the coal regions in Macedonia, specifically Bitola region, where you have like microbreweries and local producers popping up all over the place without the support of government. But we don't see like the regional strategies for development mapping out these industries as potentials of economic development. We also don't see these stakeholders being involved in the discussion on just transition, where they should be, because it's a potential for jobs. So we need to get all of the stakeholders in one place. And I would just like very briefly mention one very positive example of stakeholder involvement in this country, because we do have them, was the drafting of the NECP, because it was a very transparent and very involving process for all stakeholders, all relevant stakeholders, but also the drafting of the climate action law, which was also a very transparent process and included all stakeholders. And we should end up with a very good climate action law in the end. Yeah.
Thank you. Elma?
Well, I will now go to the perspective of investor. Regarding all the positive aspects for environment for all renewable projects, it is expected that they should be supported both by the public as well as the civil CSOs. We have had an opportunity to work on some projects and speak with people which are living in vicinity of those project areas, and many of them really had a supportive attitude regarding the building and constructing the renewable projects. Mainly they expected to get some benefit from realization of those projects, that would be improvement of the roads or some local community issues. But also we have faced with the, I would say, unjustified resistance of some local communities as well as the NGOs regarding mainly the building of new hydropower plants. I must say that as a public company, we are really determined to support local community, and really we think that local community should benefit from the realization of the projects which are being realized there. However, I also have to note that many of the projects which are being developed and planned in my company are going to be partially financed by the international financing institution, and that means that we have to stick with their procedures and standard which relates to the environment as well as social protection. So we can assure people that construction as well as the operation of those power plants will be in accordance with European standards and the most strict procedures regarding that. And we have to build renewables intensively up to 2030 and 2050 in order to be able to keep and maintain the security of supply as well as the reasonable prices of energy.
Thank you very much. And the last double question would go to Jelena and to Konstantin. What can local authorities do to foster the environmental dimension of just energy transition, and also to gain more public support, also in line with what we have heard right now? Jelena first, please.
Thank you. I think the response is visibility and communication. As I mentioned in my presentation, we are doing a lot of representing our work on our web presentation. Also, we have good connection with local media, but I think that is not enough anymore because people are mainly in social medias. So we are doing also on that field. We open in Serbia, I don't know here, but in Serbia, Instagram is very popular social media. So we have our page on Instagram where we represent what we are doing, and also very important, communicate with citizens. But we cannot do this by ourselves. So we are cooperate with NGOs on territory of Novi Sad that are dealing with environmental protection problems. Every year we co-finance projects of raising awareness, and it's around 100 projects every year with different NGOs. Also, I think it's important that we have a body, not official body, but it's called Green Chair. It is 5 representatives from all NGOs are in our public, in every how can I say, when everything is or plans or documents are made on in local government, they are also involved in this. And I think that sometimes public more trust to NGOs. So that's what we are doing, a lot of work with them, and also we are always available for our citizens.
Thank you very much. Konstantin?
Yeah, and I think here in Ukraine we have kind of a reverse situation, because currently, as I see, we have the level of openness from the communities and people that has never been seen before because of the severity of the situation, because of the war. Because like everybody sees that we cannot return to what was before, so we need to do better. So I would say that currently what needs to be done is communicate this openness and willingness and public participation to our national government, because currently we have so many like documents being drafted: energy strategy, NSCP, just transition program, Ukraine recovery plan, but there is a very like fragmented participation from municipalities and NGOs in its like in the design of these documents. So I think we need to communicate that more, and I hope that the process with NSCP supported by the energy community will be one of the model ones to show how it can be done, should be done with the broad participation of all interested stakeholders, and not only like state bodies, but also NGOs and communities.
Thank you very much. And we are now proceeding to the last part of this panel, which is the Q&A session. Dennis, I was expecting you. Yes. There is no guarantee that it works. If they don't, then you just come over and take this one.
Okay. Yes.
This one.
Okay, Dennis Arho, Center BNH, and of course the question goes to Elektroprivreda BNH. I'll come back to the hydro at the end. The question is, why is Elektroprivreda actually obsessed with burning stuff? You've been burning coal for 60 years, and now you want to continue burning biomass, which is a non-existent biomass, because the test sites you had for fast-growing biomass were actually fast-growing willow, which is non-existent. It's not happening. On top of that, you have a situation in Banja Luka, where EBRD has provided a loan for the district heating system for Banja Luka, where they almost went bankrupt this year because of the losses, and they had to get subsidies of, I think, roughly maybe 4 or 5 million euros from the municipality to be able to continue to work. On top of that, our government has actually blocked the export of biomass this winter because there was a problem with possible shortage of biomass for the household heating. And with all these problems, you want to reconstruct 2 coal power blocks which have more than 50 years, I think, and burn biomass which is not existent in those blocks. And on top of that, you want to import waste, which you call fancy RDF, in order to get more caloric value, because that's in the TOR for the reconstruction of Block 3 in Tuzla. On top of that, we have the study where it says for Tuzla, which is a highly polluted town, that the contribution of burning of biomass, as some of the panelists mentioned, is more than, well, the biggest contribution for PM2. PM2.5 particles is coming from burning of biomass. And then you want to reconstruct a block and burn biomass in Tuzla. You will probably answer it's for district heating. There are other solutions for district heating. You don't have to reconstruct an old block for district heating of Tuzla. For hydro, you're mentioning mini hydro, which was blocked by the legislation. If you would build all 300 mini hydros, which were planned or on the map of Bosnia and Herzegovina, that would contribute maybe 2 or 3% to the overall production capacity in the country, which is ridiculous because you're going to destroy nature with 300 mini hydro. So the question is why you want to continue to burn stuff if you can produce electricity with other means. It's time for us to go out of the caves, out of the obsession of burning stuff and fire, and start producing electricity with renewables, but sustainable renewables. Biomass is not a sustainable renewable source. Sorry, one more thing. No. You were talking about photovoltaics. For example, in Banović, you are installing a photovoltaic plant on a coal mine, which is going to supply electricity to dig coal. And you call that transition. So you're producing electricity. So in order to continue to dig coal, to burn it in the coal power plant. I'm sorry, that's not just transition. Blocking the installment of photovoltaics on non-recultivated ash disposal sites is something we have to do, because if you do not close the ash disposal site properly and you just put photovoltaics, you're going to continue to pollute nature for another 100 years, polluting underground water. So yes, we block projects of renewables, but there is a reason for that.
Okay, I was cutting short my panelists, so please appreciate, Dennis, that I did not do that. Yeah, Elma, if you would like to take the question.
Okay, thank you. Regarding the conversion to the biomass, it is about the unit that will be with installed capacity of approximately 25 megawatts. And the most of the energy produced, that will be CHP unit, and the electricity will be produced in summer, and most of the heat will be produced in winter for the heating purposes. Also, we are going to burn biomass, which is in the units which has filters, unlike the individual furnaces and households, and the impact on the environment will be decreased in that way. Regarding the hydropower plants, I was talking about big hydropower plants, and those are hydropower plants. Regarding the small hydropower plants, they are forbidden, and for the reason because many of the private investors were destroying the environment by willing to get the back of their money as fast as possible, and they didn't respect all the legislation and laws. That would not be the case for Elektroprivreda. And actually, I was talking for the hydropower plants, which are 10 megawatts and more of installed capacity. And the third question was regarding the PV power plants. We are not building PV power plants in order to keep the coal mines working. We have clear plans regarding the shutting down of the thermal power plants as well as the coal mines. The PV power plants are needed just to ensure that we have electricity available in Bosnia and Herzegovina, in order to not be pursued to buy expensive electricity for the needs of the people.
Thank you. We have 5 more minutes, so perhaps that allows us for 1 or 2, 1.5 more questions to our panelists. Yes, please, Antonio.
Thank you, Antonio from UNICEF. Just to bring the children perspective and the health impact of air pollution to children, UNICEF has released an air pollution brief that outlines the health impacts on children due to air pollution, especially coming from the Western Balkans and the coal power plants. It's important to recognize the unique vulnerability of pregnant women, infants, and babies that spend the most of their time at home, and burning biomass produces a large amount of PM2.5 particles. PM2.5 particles are one of the tiniest that enter the pregnant women and the infants and babies, children, and brain development. So these are very important indicators that UNICEF is looking at when it comes to measures to air quality plans or the NECPs. When it comes to youth, it's important to recognize them as stakeholders, not only in participation mechanisms, but also as potential young entrepreneurs in the energy democratization process. As the colleague from RICO mentioned in the Berlin summit and the declaration that was communicated, the energy prosumerism is important for young people to understand how can their role be in the energy system. Because when you ask them, the energy system is this centralized giant of few factories, mortar-like kind of looking power plants, and they really cannot see their concrete economic or social involvement. So just communicating the energy democratization and the potential of young people to be entrepreneurs in the energy system is important one for young people to really become part of this just transition process. And lastly, we are making an assessment of child and youth sensitivity criteria of air quality plants in the Western Balkans. And we are looking through the lenses of children, reference to children, but also the sectors that children depend upon, like the health services, the education services, and how and if the measures are being child and youth. So in this regard, we will issue the report soon and will be shared with the stakeholders of the forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonio. I understand that this was more a comment than a question to any of the panelists. So we have then perhaps time for one more quick question, if someone has one, or if there are none, then I will just do a 1-minute wrap up. First, by thanking actually all the panelists for accepting our invitation and that you were here sharing your views. I mean, it is very obvious, I think, that the energy transition has a major impact on also on other subjects, including air quality. It is very obvious that coal-fired power plants are big sources of the problem, and phasing them out would also bring inevitable and very direct air quality benefits rather immediately. But I think it's also important that we bear in mind that while the energy sector is quite a big part of the problem, but there are also other sources, and especially the role of domestic heating was mentioned. And I think especially when it comes to PM pollution, that was also raised from the floor, the role of domestic heating is not to be underestimated. So there is also quite a lot of work on that front. And especially when it comes to, for instance, firing biomass, it does matter how do you fire it, if you fire it properly or if you fire it wet or unprepared in a bad device, then of course the pollution levels will be completely different. The role of all stakeholders, I think what Jelena mentioned about the importance of communication and involvement, and especially early involvement, as you said, that you are proactively doing these communication efforts. I think this is really crucial, and this is also what we see, and it was really great to hear that also the Macedonian NECP was quoted as a good example in that process. So let's continue in that spirit. And thanking once again to everybody joining in person or online, Kostyantin as well. We actually then head towards the next panel chaired by Monica without a break, I assume, right?
Yeah, thanks to Peter and all the panelists. Yes, indeed. Apart from managing your coffee breaks and lunch in the microphone, I'm actually the moderator of the fourth and last panel for today. It's going to be a panel for support. So I'd like to welcome one big round of applause for the environment people. And welcome the support panelists onto the podium, please. And freestyle because of the presenter. Hello, I'm Monica. I just want to change, if it's possible, after the first round of questions.
I didn't even know what the setup is exactly. So
if you could sit at the edge, Anna. Okay. And then it's freestyle. Please take any seats you want. Okay. Hi, Ivan. Hello. I was looking for you. We'll have after
Hi.
Yes, yes. That's okay. Dear all, if you could please take your seats. And since I do have this wonderful power today to offer you coffee breaks and a lunch break, I can offer you a cocktail that will be starting after this panel and concluding remarks. So if you'd be so kind to take your seats now, thank you.
Hello.
Dear all, if you could please take your seats, we're starting. The pink jacket makes me look friendly, but I'm a very dangerous woman. Okay, dear all, as we also have a substantial group of people following us online, I'd like to take this opportunity to start. I'd like to welcome all of you here to our last panel today, which is about support. I think actually the word money evokes a lot of emotion. A former colleague of mine during a session of negotiations under the Climate Convention actually once said that money cannot buy you love. However, money is a necessary element to enhance change and sustain it. And even if a change is just, it can be reversed in time. So when we talk about financing, we should take a more comprehensive long-term look, as just energy transition does not necessarily have an end date. And in this panel, we're going to focus on the current support opportunities and future needs. We're going to take a look about the lessons learned, the best practices we have for just transition and financing. And we're going to look at additional ways of catalyzing financing, because all sources matter, including domestic ones. First of all, I'd like to introduce my distinguished group of panelists. We're going to start with Anna Vasilieva, who is our presenter today. She's going to set the scene. She's an energy transition specialist at the Climate Strategy and Delivery Department at the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. In her role, she supports governments and clients in fostering energy transition through policy and investments. Wow, doesn't sound like a small job. We have Mr. Holger Schroeder, who is the head of the unit of the Western Balkans Regional Program, Economic Investment Plan, and European Commission's Director General for Neighborhood and Enlargement Negotiations, so quite a mouthful. And we have Mr. Paulo Obrador, the head of Division of Energy and Transport, Southeast Europe and Turkey, and he's been in that position since 2018. We have Mr. Ivan Mrjaljevic, I hope I pronounce it right, who is the executive officer of Elektroprivreda Crna Gora with us. He's an electrical engineer and holds many memberships, including the Interinstitutional Working Group for the Preparation of the National Climate Energy Plan, the NECP. We have Ms. Marta Babic, the Deputy Director of our National Fund for Environmental Protection and Water Management of Poland. She's been a Polish environment and energy policy expert with over 20 long years of experience. So congratulations on that. And as she's the Deputy Director of the National Fund, is actually Poland's largest green investments implementing agency. So lucky to have her here with us. Last but not least, next to me, Viktor Berishai, the Western Balkans Energy and Climate Policy Coordinator, Climate Action Network, CAN Europe. And Viktor directs his efforts towards enhancing energy and climate ambition in Western Balkans. So basically, we have a lot of important people who know a lot about money. So to get us started, we're going to have a presentation with Anna kicking us off with a topic up to 10 minutes. Then we'll have a first round of questions. And since I did hear an appetite for discussion during the breaks, actually, some of you even told me that you're specifically waiting for this panel. I suggest that after the first round of questions, we actually open up the floor for discussion. Because this forum is also a place to hear your voice and your opinions. So there's my suggested plan. Anna, you have the microphone. We're trying to enable you to see your own presentation. Otherwise, your neck will be hurting a bit. But please, if you can start us off. Thank you.
Thank you. Always happy to make sacrifices for just transition. All right. I know this is the fourth panel of the day, so everyone must be getting tired, but hopefully, you know, when the discussion starts about money, everyone gets a little bit more excited. I heard quite a bit of criticism today on the fact that, you know, we keep on talking about all of these plans and plans and plans, but where is the financing? How are we going to move forward? And hopefully today's panel is going to help us get started on that. So hopefully my slides are going to come up in just a second or so. Yes, excellent. Thank you. Today, I would like to talk a little bit about the financing needs for the Western Balkans in particular, and what we are doing concretely in North Macedonia to start this support. I will explicitly exclude Ukraine from this discussion and from my presentation. And the reason behind that is, as Kostya highlighted in the past panel, the needs in Ukraine are very, very specific, and they are very large in the context of reconstruction. So it goes a little bit, you know, towards the broader context. And as Ukrainian myself, I'm very happy to talk to all Ukrainians separately on this. So if we can jump to the, oh, sorry, I have the control and the power. Hopefully, too much power. We heard this a lot today, but just to recap the context, the Western Balkans countries have committed on the course of the climate neutrality by signing the Sofia and Berlin declarations. And of course, energy sector is going to be the first sector that needs to decarbonize in these countries. And this is quite a big challenge. A couple of numbers that we haven't heard today yet, I think, is that there is about 8.7 gigawatts of the fossil fueled capacity installed in the Western Balkans. And the coal shares in the electricity generation range from about 40% in Montenegro to 95% in Kosovo. The only exception, of course, is Albania, who doesn't rely on the coal-fired generation. This is very important because while the green economy transition is going to create a lot of opportunities, it's very important to focus on the people and on the communities who might lose out from this transition. We have about 40,000 people in the region who are reliant on the coal mining and coal power plant jobs. This is a research done by the JRC. And about the same amount, and actually a little bit more, of people who are indirectly affected by the transition. So the current NECPs fall slightly short of the climate neutrality targets by 2030 in terms of being on course with those trajectories. And part of the reasons behind that, I think personally, is that there is a lack of financial support, including for the grid investments and also for ensuring the societal buy-in. So what can we do about this? We have been doing quite a lot of work as EBRD in the region and beyond on the just transition. And we think that there are a couple of core things that are needed for the investments and for enabling the transition in the countries to happen. The precondition for this is, of course, the strong governance and policy frameworks. And here we are talking about NECPs, here we are talking about the regulatory information and capacity, of course, which is a critical component that has been coming out of the previous discussions. Once you have those supporting mechanisms and once you have that level of ambition announced, we see 4 key pillars for the investments that need to happen. One is fossil fuel phase out. And of course, here we are talking about both the power plant decommissioning, but also about coal mine land remediation and what can be done on that front. I think the previous panel, especially Wolf, have addressed it in quite a lot of detail. 2 is talking about the grid strengthening. The stable and energy and electricity, of course, supply is a critical component that keeps on coming out of the discussion with all of the stakeholders. And grid investments and storage investments are the key components to make that happen. 3rd is new renewables capacity to enable the transition, of course, and the 4th is economic diversification. And here we are talking about the support for local businesses and for the employers who are affected, because of course, this is what is going to make people stay and to make the communities prosperous. Now, what's the size of the prize? I think that's the question that also keeps on coming up a lot. We've done quite a bit of calculations internally, and we estimate that the minimum of the needs for just transition in Western Balkans are over 30 billion euros by 2030. And this is to support the climate neutrality target. So I would like to make a couple of caveats here. One is that for renewables, this is a little bit more than is projected in an ECP. We are talking about more than 5 gigawatt of the new installed capacity, so additional to the current ones, to stay on course with climate neutrality. And this also gets us to the support of about 15 affected regions in the Western Balkans. About 32,000 workers who are supported by this, and the decommissioning of about 2.6 gigawatts of the coal-fired power plants. What is excluded from this number are the investments in the economic diversification, which are very, very context and region specific and should be approached at regional level. And of course, this is just high-level estimates, so technical support is needed to calculate it properly, and just transition roadmaps are a way for this. Now, an important caveat here, because that number looks very scary, right? And the caveat is that most of these investments are needed for renewables. So we already saw quite a lot of uptake among the private sector investors and developers in the region, and quite a lot of interest for that. So most of that chunk could come through the private sector investments, and in particular through auction mechanisms. Another big chunk of investments is needed for grid support and strengthening. And that, again, could come both from the private budgets, but also from the state budgets and from the MDB financing, and of course, with the support of such mechanisms as WBIF and others, which is already happening. The 3rd component is really for environmental and social aspects. So this is about 6% of our estimated calculations, and that's where a lot of grants and concessional support is needed. And in terms of the regional economic diversification, as I said, this is very, very context specific, but that kind of investments could also come both from the private sector, but also through the concessional loans. So while the number looks scary, a lot of this should be mobilized, well, rather can and should be mobilized through the private sector investments. Now, what are we actually doing? I think the state secretary today sort of already talked about quite a big chunk of my presentation, which is excellent because I won't have to bore you with details. North Macedonia has been the front and center of today's conference, and of course you already know a lot of this context. It's essential to just emphasize the very ambitious target of the 82% GHG emissions reductions by 2030 compared to the 1990s level, which is the foundation of the ambition of North Macedonia and the financing support that is available for it. So it's very important to achieve the same in other Western Balkans countries, to state your level of ambition and to work towards it, because the financing that we are going to be talking about now is the direct result of this support. So from planning to action, today, I think the State Secretary has already mentioned the CIF Act investment program. I will dive a little bit more into it very briefly. So around the COVID time, we have worked as a BRD with the government of North Macedonia to support their application to the climate investment funds. This is one of the biggest climate funds in the world, who provide the financing via the MDBs. North Macedonia has been successful this year in getting the allocation of up to $85 million of the financing to support its just transition objectives. This is $85 million provided by CIF, and the expectation is that more than $300 million additional dollars will be mobilized via the multilateral development banks. So the process is, of course, very much country-owned. This is owned by the government of North Macedonia, and the Ministry of Economy is leading on this, but we are working closely to support them with the BRD as the lead MDB, but also with our friends from World Bank and IFC who are very closely engaged in this process. The reason why this is a very special event is because previously the only countries who have been selected by CIF were the very big countries. So those were South Africa, Indonesia, Philippines, and India. So the fact that CIF has chosen to support North Macedonia as a small country is truly unprecedented. And that's a testament to both the high level of ambition, but also the progress that has been done on the Just Transition Roadmap supported by the European Union delegation and others, and the plans that the country has been putting forward. Now, CIF has 3 pillars. This is governance, people, and infrastructure. So about 70% of the funding would go to the infrastructure because this is very CapEx intensive. Then the 25% would go to the people component and about 5% to the governance. We are talking about the 10% of the financing to be allocated to grants and the rest to very highly concessional financing. On this slide, I'll just say, because the State Secretary has already went through it, but the key foundation here for the development of the components for the investment plan have been sourced through several means. First, we have done quite a lot of stakeholder engagement. We've done 2 missions this year to the country. We met with all the key ministries, companies, NGOs, and others to collect their feedback and views. 2, we looked very closely into the Just Transition Roadmap and what has been already preset in there. And we also looked into the lessons learned from other countries that are going through similar processes. So with this, we arrived at 3 components. So retiring and replacing coal-fired generation, regional economic regeneration, as well as energy efficiency, heating, and distributed generation. Again, you have seen this, so that's great because I can save Monica some time. But this slide shows a little bit more details of these components. And we have been engaging very closely with both the municipalities, but also the civil society on this. It's very important for us that there is even more stakeholder engagement to be held. And in November, there are going to be public consultations in North Macedonia led by the government on this plan and on what is in it. But so far, we have very broad consensus and buy-in on this. So we are talking about really the what it takes, right, to go from here to 2030 and how to put the financing on the table. I think I'm running out of time. So what I'm going to say is that from now until the end of October, we are working on preparing the draft investment plan together with the rest of the MDBs and the government, of course, who is in the leading seat of this process. Afterwards, in November, the plan is going to go for public consultation. And then in December to January, the government aims to submit it to the climate investment funds. So from March onwards, this funding should start being available to North Macedonia to develop these projects to be channeled through the MDBs. And we are very happy to support the government and their leadership in this process. One very last thing that I will say in here is that what we are trying to do on the back of this plan is mobilize even further support. And we are planning to present this plan and the broader investment platform for North Macedonia at COP28 together with the Minister of Economy. And we are also working in parallel to try to mobilize further private sector investments, because as you have seen, the big portion of the financing should come from there. The last thing that we are working on is, of course, trying to see how this kind of financing models and these mechanisms could be replicated in other countries in Western Balkans who are aiming to set, similar levels of ambition and, of course, are very much in the driving seat and leading this way. So very happy to be here and very happy to talk to you as well after the panel. Thank you so much, Monica.
Thanks, Anna. Actually, you blew me away with that figure of 30 billion for the region.
That's a minimum.
And with that, actually, I would like to turn to Mr. Schroeder from DG NEAR and ask, well, how is the EU supporting just transition in the region? And even more, I would like to ask you, what are the obstacles to financing just transition and how they can be overcome? So just for an easy start to get you warmed up.
Thank you very much. And I guess I use this microphone here. Okay, great. Okay, excellent. I try not to. Thanks a lot. No, I mean, the figures were very interesting. 30 billion, maybe to put it in context. I think it's 11 point something billion, all the assistance under the existing instrument for pre-accession for the Western Balkans, for all the sectors across the board. And that is actually the highest per capita assistance that any countries in the world are getting from the EU. So that puts this very big figure a little bit in perspective. But of course, you made it clear it's reliance in particular on private sector as well to meet this. So what is the challenge? Well, I think the main challenge for financing of just transition is the multi-sectoral character of just transition. And you described the program for North Macedonia, and we had, I mean, we came at it today from many different angles. There is not one single pot of money that you can tap into in order to address the financing needs of the various aspects. And that's why the type of work that you have been doing here over many years in North Macedonia that got you to the stage where you are now really needs quite a bit of effort, because it's bringing together different financing tools, different institutions, and that brings about the results. And that's perhaps the biggest challenge as well, because I think just transition puts a lot of burden on the both the administration in the country as well as on the financiers because of this complexity. So you have different levels of government that need to work with each other. You need to coordinate across the government, and the donors need to also coordinate different type of instruments that actually were all individually designed, perhaps for one purpose or another, but they need to bring it together in a coherent way. And so that's perhaps the challenge, I would say. But then you asked, okay, what are we doing at the moment? So a few elements, and then I come back to the challenge. I mean, this morning, Michela Matuela mentioned this big energy support package that we came up with, 1 billion euros, when the energy crisis hit, and that was in a way half for investments, very much into renewables, but also giving incentives for the private sector to come in. So that was 500 million. And the rest was really budget support to the countries to support vulnerable. So this is more sort of the social side of it, and helping the countries to get over this situation of the energy crisis. And I think we'll see now on our side that we will focus more and more on energy transition. So the importance of that has not lessened, and today's discussions on the NECP and decarbonization has underlined why we are doing it. We'll continue to do that. And there, the challenge for us is indeed that we always review the instruments that we have, also under the WBIF, that we don't do what could be financed by the private sector, based on the first point that you made, that money is scarce and we should only come in with grant financing where grant financing is needed as well. So and that means concretely for us also, we have supported over the past years a lot renewable energy projects. I think we will slowly get out of that and leave it really up to the private sector and work only with guarantees, and thus free up some space that is perhaps important to master the challenges that you refer to as well. I mean, the strengthening of the energy grids, how to bring the renewables into the energy grid storage capacity, and these things. I see potentially two areas that provide, in principle, for any government that is interested in it, a lot of potential to come up with a more coherent setup support measures for just transition. And the first one are the so-called operational programs. These are multi-annual operational programs. That's a precursor for all type structural funds assistance. There, nothing would speak against it for one of the governments in the region to say, okay, we want to focus the money that we have for this purpose on just transition. And then we include a variety of measures that could be multi-sectoral as well. I know that some countries have chosen to focus on energy sector. I'm not aware of any example yet where we have this cross-sectoral dimension, but in principle, that is one option that is on the table also for the future. The second element is, I would say, close around the corner, and Michela Matuela mentioned it this morning because she introduced the growth plan. And so that's an initiative of the Commission announced this summer, but that needs to be operationalized now. And I would want to predict, and I certainly wish that the energy transition, written large in a way or in a broader sense, will be identified by the countries as a focal sector, where to focus increased financial assistance also from the EU on in the future. I think the logic this morning was explained. It's about helping the countries to integrate regionally. Energy community is an example par excellence for that, but then integrate step by step into the single market to have more investments, and then to focus additional funds that would come from our side on those sectors that can really make a difference. And energy sector is difficult to imagine how the economies of the region can integrate into the single market without decarbonization going forward and without the NACPs really going forward. So there is a potential also for governments to say, well, we agree. We would like to make just transition also one of the areas that we would like to focus on, and then bring together really a mix of both reform measures, and many were discussed today, but also the related investments, and not only for the energy transition, but what was discussed today as well, the economic diversification, support for SMEs, reskilling, upskilling. All of these topics can be addressed individually as well, and they are being addressed also with EU support. And I know that some of these issues are much broader than just transition. I mean, the social challenges were flagged several times today, social inclusion. And of course, I see a need in the region really to in a way, rebuild the social systems in a way that more money ends up with those that are really vulnerable. So that helps with energy poverty, but that helps also across the board for a more just and fair society. Maybe last word, and then I really stop. So there is one concrete project, not very big in scale financially, but contents-wise quite important, coal regions in transition. There's an ongoing project that we are supporting that tries to tap into the experience in the EU made by coal regions in transition, and then help this exchange with similar regions in the Western Balkans. And there we want to go for a second phase now. There will be a little bit of a gap, but then this will be available again, and also for pilot support for individual specific coal regions in transition to support similar processes as the one that you have set out, and that are perhaps at different stages also being initiated in other regions in the Western Balkans. Thanks.
Thank you very much. It's good you mentioned this initiative, because we have actually some organizations here, including the Energy Community Secretariat, that is a part of this initiative. So financial changes on the horizon to look out for. So quite interesting and very comprehensive. Thank you. I'll now turn to Pablo. Pablo, KfW has already a long history in supporting energy sector reforms via policy-based loans. So my question to you is, how do you include targeted just transition-oriented tools into your portfolio, such as mechanisms compensating low-income population groups? We talked about energy poverty just now, or reskilling workers. Do you have a way of actually effectively linking your policy-based lending strategy with actual desired actions on the different levels, government or municipality level, which should target the just transition challenges, like the just transition plans? So quite a complicated question, but have a go, please.
Thank you, Monica. The question is complicated, but the answer, unfortunately, is quite easy. Not yet. And the reason for that is that KfW has been focused on pushing transition during the last 2 decades. This means going back to the slide of Anna with these 4 pillars. We have been investing in grids for boosting market integration in order to enable the market to absorb more renewables. We have been promoting renewable energy investments from the state-owned utilities, hydropower, but also wind and solar. And we have different initiatives, most of them with support of the EU and via funds to support the private sector investments that could also be in coal regions. So what we have now at the portfolio, we have several big investments on renewable energy that would be located in coal regions. So this is a direct contribution there. And what we are also pushing through the instrument that you mentioned, the policy-based lending, is together with our partners, with EBRD, with the World Bank, is auctions. And some of these private investments being promoted by auctions will be also in coal regions. So I think when it comes to financing renewable energy investments, we were very active. And some of these investments will be in Bitola, will be in all as a former coal disposal sites. Also in Bosnia, we are looking at different possibilities. But for pushing financial schemes to support just transition in coal regions, from my point of view, the first thing that you need is a commitment to transition and to just transition. And this is something that it is starting in the region. I mean, there was the Zagreb declaration, there was Berlin declaration, but the countries, so this was the political commitment, but the countries are still facing how to implement decarbonization, how to decommission the thermal plants. And there is where I think we should be active with concrete proposals, supported schemes from the government, but above all, promoting private investment, because this is what it is about. I mean, you could theoretically shift coal subsidies to direct subsidies to the workers, but this is not a sustainable solution. So the challenge is to really mobilize also diversify the economies of the regions, and for that, I think there is a lot what you can do working with the governments on the policy level, because it is a matter of regional planning, of having an alternative development plan for those regions, and this is something that can be pushed by PBLs, but we are not doing it yet. Yeah, we are considering this for the operations that we have under preparation.
Thanks. I was actually now thinking, since you mentioned the commitments, political commitments are needed for the financing, could we then consider the national energy and climate plans as a financing roadmap? Would that be a good way forward?
Yeah, so we are still waiting for most of them to be elaborated or to be adopted. Yeah, but yes, of course. Also, it's my understanding that this is supposed to be the guiding policy document for managing the transition, and one very important part of this transition will be the just transition, so the transition of the cold regions.
Okay, thank you. Actually, now I think we have touched upon the international arena. There's a lot of going on with international financing, but the needs are very big, minimum 30 billion. So I'm going to now deep dive on the national level and put Ivan on the spot. So your company, Montenegro state-owned power utility Elektroprivreda Crna Gora, gained a record profit in the first half of 2023, over 100 million euro. Congratulations. What are you doing with the money?
Very simple to that. Okay, but coming to the 3 years ago, actually, yes, back to the topic and the financing, the new projects and everything, it was very complex years for the power utilities. Okay. So actually, it was very complex 2 to 3 years. It's working? Yeah. It was a sensitive question. This is the way to avoid that one, but I'm prepared. Saving for the future. And I will explain why. Actually, it was a 2 to 3 very complex years for the power utilities and everything, because, you know, the just transition slightly was not the topic during 2 years. Yes, we started with all of our plans with NECP and everything first. Then we had the COVID. Then we have the war and the crisis and the market situation, and it was the way how to survive, actually. We saw how vulnerable we are, because, and I do believe, I don't know for the Macedonia, and I spoke with the colleagues from the Macedonian power utility, it was very hard for them as well, but all the Balkan countries really would be in the problem without having the coal in the last 2 to 3 years. So this situation could be opportunity to understand how do we need to be more clever in the future and what is actually the way. I will now just refer to the opportunity that I'm seeing with the CBAM mechanism and the announcements from energy community that starting from 2026, although in the past it was anticipated that there will be for sure 2026, fully implementing all the obligations. Now we are discussing that, yes, it will be possible to make certain exemptions up to 2030 if all the membering states would apply for this. And there is opportunity there to understand the process and to have the process that will be the real. Because in the past, with all of the obligations from the countries, it is the problem. And why it is the problem? Because it costs. Starting from the Industrial Emissions Directive, I do believe that every power utility in the region knows what they need to do, and they are running certain projects. Then you are facing the many problems in realization. First of all, it is not subject of the financing from the European institutions, and you need to do this. And usually you lose the time. You are ending with the national financing or the Chinese constructors and so on, and then it takes some time to fully respect the commitments. Anna mentioned the figures of 30 billions that we are going to need in upcoming period, and I do believe that the colleague mentioned the 1 billion of the support for the moment after the war and the crisis. And you will see we had one interesting discussion in Athens Forum, and also Mr. Larkovsky took the part in this the discussion. For sure, the support, and this is the title of our panel today, is completely not sufficient. if we want to be effective and achieving our targets and the regional targets in this way, we need to see what will be the increased level of the support regarding this. Is this connected with the collection of the money via the SIBA mechanism? Is the European Commission and the energy community will be the mediator between the actual energy community, between the European funds and possibility to increase the funds necessary for the region? We are going to see. How we are working with the banks at the moment, yes, we do have some projects, and I'm speaking on behalf of the company. We are the profit-oriented company, and of course, we are going to have bilateral relationship in renewable projects. Just recently, we signed 82 million loan with the EBRD. A couple of years ago, we also signed a loan, 33 million with KfW and so on. Companies will continue to do this, but if you really want to change something, then the support, and I really do mean the financial support and the way how to approach the funds, and not only in the energy sector, because we are speaking about the social programs, the coal regions in transition platform, the towns, and so on and so on. This really need to be improved, and of course, we are going to see if we are going to become one of these third countries that European Commission is targeting with the SIBA mechanism, or we are going to succeed all together to do this. In order not to lose the time, I'm just going to mention one positive example from my country, actually, and we do believe that this could be the way how to find the intermediate solutions. Yes, we need to pay for using of the coal. Yes, we need to have the coal burning in upcoming period of production from the coal, but we are aware that we need for sure new projects in order to replace this. So we actually proposed to one institute, to the government, to the ministry, to form one institution called Environmental Fund. And actually the money from the coal taxes is going to be used for the substantives of the green projects. To be very specific, this is the project of installation of the solar on the rooftops for the citizens. So EPCG decided to sign the loan with the domestic, the title of that institution is the Development Fund of Montenegro. They are using the money from the European Investment Bank as well. So we are the borrower of the loan that we, on very favorable conditions 2 years ago, signed. It was 1.6 fixed interest rate. We transferred this to the citizens. We decided, okay, we are going to do everything for the citizens in sense of the preparing the documentation, installation of the panels in the rooftops, and so on. In these 2 phases of the project, we do have 100 megawatts installed there. 30 is already installed and 70 under the installation. And we do believe that this is the way, and how it is connected with the taxes, actually. The money that we are paying to the Environmental Fund decided to use part of this money for the substantive to the citizens for the repayment of the equipment. And yes, we do have the plans to continue in this way. And I do believe that this could be the part of these exemptions to the SIBA mechanisms to aware power utilities that they need to pay, but then to find a way to the good projects nationally, how the money will stay in the country for the green purposes. And finally, ETS will come eventually after the 2030. Let's stop for the moment. Of course, we can open this discussion.
Just to clarify, though, because the carbon tax you're referring to is actually participation in the emission trading system that you have, because you already tested the waters, and for CBAM you actually have in Montenegro also the emission trading system, which generates this revenue for you. So it's an interesting example, I think. Yeah.
It is. I really do believe that also the rooftop solar project should be more promoted in the region by the power utilities. And this could be the way of achieving the certain percentage of the increasing of the renewable capacities, because really the concept of prosumer is something that it is very important. And especially with the crisis, at least in Montenegro, and I do believe regionally, the citizens would like to be protected from the possible increase of the price of the electricity. And this is one of the good ways to do that.
Okay, thanks a lot. I'll actually move over to your neighbor, Marta. Marta, you're deputy director of an institution nationally grown that is basically financing the domestic green transformation. So how did it all begin, and what were the obstacles that you had, and maybe you still have them? So if you could shed light on that, that would be great.
Thank you so much. And I'm inspired by my pre-speaker because it seems that we have managed to put in practice what you have described as the optimal scenario. And back in 1990s, the socialist system collapsed in Poland and around. And we have found that the majority of the biggest polluters in Europe are being located in Poland. And the EU accession and EU money were far behind the horizon. So we thought, let's do something about it. And we have implemented in Poland in 1990s the system based on polluter pays principle. And we have decided to gather fees from all the entrepreneurs, all the business that uses the environment. Anyone who would emit something into the air or emit some sewage into the waters, or would like to dig something from the ground in Poland would need to pay a fee. And the fees were not really high. No one went bankrupt because of these fees. They were supposed to motivate business to be more green, to be less emittive, and all these fees were collected by my institution. And over the years, we have discovered that these little chunks of money have accumulated into billions of Polish zlotys that we were reinvesting first and foremost into the business. We were supporting Polish entrepreneurs in going more green. But after a time, we have discovered that there's so much money that we can also afford ourselves to support local governments. And 5 years ago, we thought, let's also invite Polish individual households. And we have opened 2 big programs. One that we offer support for PV panels installations on the individual houses all over Poland, and the other one for thermal modernization of houses among the low-income households all over Poland. And that has been a large-scale experiment that turned out to be a massive success. 500,000 Poles decided to come and get our subsidy and install PV panels on their rooftops. And another 500,000 decided to go for their houses renovation. And yet we are talking about the low-income households in Poland. So by the time when we joined the EU and gained access to the EU money, we were already well trained in reinvesting the money so that they are directed where they're needed most. And also one important thing, the system in Poland made my institution to take care of the salaries of its employees. So if we do not invest wisely the money we collect, we have no money to pay my salary and all the other colleagues in Warsaw. So that motivated us over the decades to be really efficient and to support not only the environmentally wise project, but also economy wise projects. So I would say that over the years, we have accumulated and we have distributed 60 billion zlotys domestically driven. That's more or less 15 billion euro. And of course, we needed 30 years, 3 decades to do that. We have started from that little chunks of money, environmental fees, and now it's been substituted by a huge surge of EU money. But I must say that still 60% of the money we are investing in green projects in Poland come from domestic sources, while the 40% is the EU money. And we also have a chance to combine them. For example, offer a domestically driven loan to supplement the EU grant. And therefore, any entrepreneur, any local government, any individual wanting funding from National Fund can get 100% of the money they need. So I hope that would be a nice lesson learned. And yet again, not a single entrepreneur in Poland went bankrupt because of these environmental fees that we have collected over the years.
Thanks, Marta. Actually, we can draw an interesting conclusion from you and Ivan, because domestic revenue comes with a very bizarre dilemma of not knowing how to spend all this money that you didn't plan to come in such large amounts. So yes, I think a very wishful situation. And for my last speaker, Victor, I'll have the privilege to provoke you a bit. Because it's easy, to criticize and say, oh, we need more money. But tell me, how can we ensure that we have predictable and sustainable financing? And what are donors and everyone else doing right? And we should praise them for.
Thank you. First of all, you have given me the most challenging task of the day. Not for the question that you posed, but actually leaving me the last speaker of the day. So what can I bring new to the table of discussion? But still, I am very happy for your question. And I believe a big part of it was discussed and was initiated by Mr. Schroeder, and that has to deal with pooling and ensuring a cohesion between all of the stakeholders which are involved in the energy transition, in the climate action, in the justice, social justice, because as we said, it is not only about energy, it's about a vast majority of issues which relate to the just transition. And the slide of the lady from the GIZ in Ukraine today, with many of the life economic wide sectors were actually covered, which mean that we need to invest in all of those. But the cohesion actually remains a very important part. We have all very important financial institutions here. I'm considering EU as well because of the financing that you provide, and we have seen a very interesting programs that all of the participants today are sharing. And maybe the question that you would pose to Pablo is the NECP the right tool to actually bring all of these together? And this is where kind of what has been discussing here, I want to wrap up and maybe bring it more to the fore. And that is that these priorities, amazing that all of these institutions have, we need to take the bottom-up approach and listen to what the national governments are saying, and are those plans and how they can actually introduce them into the plans. And here is where the NECPs come, which they should kind of put the main priorities of financing, because we are talking about national energy and climate plans, which cover all of the economy of one single country. So in this direction, we need very much to push the countries to actually provide these credible and cohesive plans in order to have a credible financial stream that actually all of these institutions should work together through that. So that can be the main medium of communication for all of the stakeholders. So in this sense, it is very much important to continue to have these programs, but also to find a way how to unleash them. And maybe this is a second point that it would be good to be addressed, is on the process of actually giving the access to the funding. We know that there are rigorous terms of references, procedures, etc., in order for these funds to be distributed. It's not that we do not want accountability for the funds that are being spent, but we observed lately that the flexibility in how these funds are dispersed can also play a very vital role, because here we are talking not only about the energy transition, but actually how speedy it is, because we are in a climate emergency. We are in emergency in everything. So maybe we do not have all the numbers yet and all the analysis, but taking into account the emergency package from the EU about the energy price, the energy crisis, we, in some cases, see that direct budget transfers have made it much easier for the countries to be much flexible to close the loopholes, emergency loopholes that they actually had in order to guarantee stability and the well-being of its citizens. Not only that, from our bilateral discussions with national stakeholders, we understand that also the accountability and the responsibility that they use these funds efficiently was actually heightened. So in one way, we see that removing some of the bureaucratic barriers actually incentivizes to actually gather all of the low-hanging fruits that we have. I know that this is not a long-term strategy, but what can be done fast, maybe we have some opportunities for actually to achieve that. And in this sense, so the national energy and climate plans provide that opportunity to have a midterm point, while the long term we see, and we understood, and Anna said it at the beginning, the current NECPs do not guarantee, or do not only guarantee, but do not show decarbonization of the Western Balkans at all by 2050, which is the goal. So in this sense, and we take a look into the financing in the NECPs and how credible of the draft. Still, I have to say that room for improvement and very much call for that. But even the draft of NECPs still lack a bit, not a bit, but a lot of financial planning, because they're very much tied to the policies and measures in these plans, and policies and measures at the very best case scenario are descriptive. So in this way, we see the whole stream of actions that actually need to be in line in order to yield a very proper result. So we need a long-term goal, we need a midterm goal, and we need that midterm part to actually provide the cohesion among stakeholders. But again, there are opportunities to actually yield more than, not meaning to give money, but actually collect what can be done. So there is a huge opportunity which lies within the financial markets, and how there can be introduction of financial instruments in order to incentivize investments. Green bonds, call them whatever you want, social bonds to include the higher number of stakeholders in all of this. These are crucial actually steps in order to increase the pool of funding available for the transition that we are talking about. Also, a very important point, you just said that Montenegro actually had 100 million euros of profit in the first quarter. None of the emissions were taxed at the level that actually it brings a justice to the environment and to the society according to the pollution and to the greenhouse gases. So we are talking about a huge chunk of and the potential in order to incentivize and actually raise money through the taxation, through putting in the carbon tax. We have been waiting long enough for the MRV. It's part of the acquis of the energy community, and we hope by the end of this year that contracting parties will be able to actually transpose it. And it allows us immediately to introduce a carbon tax. I understand that we aim on the energy community level towards an ETS, regional, EU then, etc. I am not sure of the steps, but we are now creating a very good platform for us to start taxing. But also, not only looking at the carbon tax, we need to understand other taxing instruments like lowering the tax for investments in the renewables, in energy efficiency, in just transformation programs, etc. So the part around the taxation is very, very much important, but this also relates to another low-hanging fruit, and that is to actually stop subsidizing fossil fuels, stop subsidizing coal. A huge amount of funding year by year, indirect or indirect subsidies, actually keeps this alive and does not create favorable market conditions for deployment of renewables and working on the energy efficiency. This is why This is why we need to address the issue of the subsidies as well. These are all low-hanging fruit, which does not require huge acrobatics, but actually that we can start implement as soon as possible.
Thank you very much. From my side, I think I finished the grilling of panelists here. And since we do have some time left, not too much, I'd like to open the floor for any questions. I saw 1, 2. I think you've become our usual suspect by now. I saw 2. Anybody else? Okay, Nevena.
Thank you very much. This was really the most interesting panel of the day, I have to say. You really did save the best for last. So, yeah.
Yes.
Yes, so Anna, you really blew us away all with that number of 30 billion. Even if the NGOs are blown away by the number, then it's really really something. So I would like to ask for more detail about this number, if there is any possibility to know how you got to that number. Maybe if there is some documents, they can be sent afterwards. So that will be very welcome, so that we also know how to position ourselves around this number and the composition of the pie chart that you presented. So thanks for that. And I actually have a question to Mr. Schroeder. You mentioned operational programs and regions in transition projects. So I would like to ask about these operational programs. Under which instrument are they? Because the ones that were available before under the previous MFF, I think that they were not available for the Western Balkans. So this comes as news to me that there is operational programs that are available for the Western Balkans. So it would be welcome to know a bit more about that. And then this region in transition project, is it also available for the Western Balkans? And if yes, what we can expect from that? So I will return the mic now. Thank you very much.
The other question also. If there's a third question, please, this is your last chance.
Okay, this is just for you not to be offended, because I've asked questions in the first 2 panels. So, I was listening to this one also. Yeah. No, it's one question. I'll be short. One question, one comment. First of all, Pablo, thank you for raising one issue which was not really raised during the whole session today, and that is the lack of phase-out dates. Because without proper phase-out dates, we cannot plan anything properly. Because we are talking vaguely, or our authorities are talking vaguely about 45, 50, or whatever, and then they want just transition plans. I mean, based on which date? The date should be realistic, based on economy, not on politics or populism, and thank you for that. The question is for DG NEAR, and it is sort of for the EU. Why are you imposing fossil gas, it's fossil gas, not natural gas, as a transition fuel in the countries of the Western Balkans which do not have dependence on fossil gas? You're trying to cure one addiction with addiction to imported fossil fuel. Please don't do it. We don't need that. We don't have time for that, to go through a second decarbonization from fossil gas. So that's the question. Why?
Any last question chance? Okay. Mr. Schroeder, you're stealing the show for us here.
Okay, thanks a lot. So cold regions in transition includes the current project, which is running out at the end of the year, not only Western Balkans, but also Ukraine. And then we have a new successor project that will again include the Western Balkans, and I suppose realistically, probably towards the end of 2024, that will come on stream. Only that is being programmed now, so it needs to go through the procedures, 5 million euros for that. Yeah, and a similar setup as the first one, so focusing on exchange of experience, but including pilots as well. Yeah. Then the operational programs, I think it was a very good question, because indeed we had a little bit of a break with regard to operational programs, and we are now making the start again as of 2024 for the remaining years of our current budget perspective, which ends in 2027. So it's 4 countries that are benefiting from that, because here the idea is to be as close as possible to the conditions how EU member states manage structural funds. That means contracting, procurement, all of that is to be done by the countries themselves, and we are only controlling first ex ante and later on ex post. So there are these 4-year programs. Kosovo, Bosnia, Herzegovina is not benefiting, but the others will take a step forward. So we open the door again that based on the assumption, because I mentioned old style, I said at some stage old style structural funds assistance. Of course, the level of the EU member states, you also have the recovery resilience facility now, which is more the approach that you were recommending as well. So basically identifying the results, the measures to be achieved, and then paying against that. Yeah. And but operational program is because the majority of structural funds are still spent in that manner. So we will make a start again. Transition fuel. Yes, I know there is a lot of discussion. But it's a pragmatic approach to try to go for any possibilities to handle the coal transition. But I also see realistically, and I think you are aware of that the window for that is closing relatively rapidly, because the majority of the international financial institutions are not engaging in this anymore. Yeah, so it's still one of our flagships, but I'm aware that there is a target end date to this. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Fantastic. I'm very glad to see so much excitement about the numbers for once. That's fantastic. Just to give a bit of a word of caution, of course, any kinds of calculations of this are very high level, and that's in particular because the NECPs are at very different stages of preparation in different countries. So we had to rely on quite a few assumptions. Assumptions that we took is 2.6 gigawatts of decommissioning of coal-fired capacities by 2030. And that is kind of the upper limit of what has been presented in NECPs that could be sort of undertaken should the governments go for it. NECPs remain quite vague on that respect. So whether it's decommissioning or kind of cold reserve, up to the countries to decide. And then the knock-on effects on mines, we just calculated that with the proxies of how much coal production goes towards those power plants and what kind of effects that would have. And by that, we used, of course, the numbers of coal mining workers from this JRC study and the very basic support packages. In terms of renewables, we looked into the Energy Transition Commission recommendations and projections for what countries should be doing to stay on the carbon neutrality course. So that the figure of over 5 gigawatts of new renewables has come from there. And then the Energy Transition Commission is also recommending a basically 1-to-1 ratio on grids investments to the investments in renewables. So that's why I want to emphasize again that the core of those numbers, so we are talking about, over 94% of the investments would need to be done on renewables and on the grids, right? And that is very, very important to emphasize because, as I think, Holger, you have also mentioned this, most of this should be coming from the private sector. So this is not from the state budgets. And it's also very important to also stress that there are a lot of mechanisms available. I think, Ivan, you mentioned the ETS and other sources of revenue that can be used for this. But also, I think some panelists, but also some people in the audience mentioned the current fossil fuel subsidies, both direct and indirect, that are currently being directed. There is very curious paper by IMF for those who are interested. They publish the fossil fuel subsidies estimates by country for every year. It's public. You can go and take a look. If you look into those numbers, this 30 billion in perspective doesn't really look as bad. And I think it's important to really, really use the scarce donor resources
on the investments that truly needed and to focus on the just element, to focus on the environmental remediation and on the non-commercial elements that are critical to ensure this just transition. And hand in hand, I think someone from the audience just now in the questions raised this, but it's really crucial to think of this as a chicken and egg kind of situation, right? That this funding would not be available for the majority of the countries without the very ambitious and robust climate targets, because neither EBRD nor other financial institutions sit on the donor resources and we give out grants, you know, left and right. We also have to go to our shareholders and to donors and ask them for this grant financing. And the first question that I get, because this is a big chunk of my work, when I go to different donors and philanthropies and others and ask them for financing for these programs is, why is the level of ambition so low? We need it to be high in order to be able to provide the financing for this. So I think that's very important for countries and for utilities and for others to keep in mind, that it comes only with high level of ambition.
Thanks, Anna. Actually, that's a very suitable concluding remark, I think, from the panel. I'd like to thank all of you. These were not easy seats to sit in. So a special thank you. And please, final round of applause for our panelists for this panel, for their bravery. And I think with this, we conclude and we turn over to Mr. Cvec for the final conclusion of the Just Transition Forum.
So indeed, that's my role to conclude today's forum. And I think really it's a pleasure to take this role after listening to such important remarks and voices in this difficult and challenging discussion about just transition in our region. Let me, however, try to very briefly pinpoint key elements, a key homework for all of us, I would say, homework that I hope will cause some headache to us, because there is a lot of thoughts that we have to digest, but I think for a good reason. So I think one important conclusion is that the region, energy community needs a Green Deal. And that Green Deal is comprised of its core of this Green Deal is the issue of just transition. And just transition has certainly different shades. We have seen this today. It has a color of how the region, countries in the region have different starting positions compared to the European Union. And I think that really is shaping the interaction between the European Union and Western Balkan countries and other members of the energy community. Second important issue is that just transition has, of course, a very specific shade of structural reforms in coal regions. And in those countries which have coal-dependent regions, this is absolute priority to have a comprehensive plan of how to do it in the sustainable way. I think we heard a lot about that today, a lot about social aspects, a lot about financing, and I think really this is an important conclusion. Another important shade of just transition is the climate justice, is the fact whether it is actually just that we don't have the polluter pays principle in place in our contracting parties. I think we all agree that it's rather not fair. So this is a challenge that, however, we all have to also look at from the perspective of how carbon pricing, how challenges related with carbon border adjustment mechanism, how challenges related with the social cost of emissions, social cost of carbon should be put into that equation. We need a plan, we need the governance tools, and I think we have already identified some. National energy and climate plans are a very important tool for at least to ensure that we are on track to achieve climate and energy targets in the midterm until 2030. Yet we need to also look at the longer term perspective until 2050, and I think this has to be a part already of the discussion of what to do beyond 2030. We also learned today that we need a couple of deals like European Green Deal is comprised of a set of deals, we I think need these deals also in our region. We need a social deal, and I think the recipe for that social deal is how to first maybe have awareness at a certain level. I want to recall we had a study in energy community last year about the awareness and perception of just transition, and unfortunately the data still shows that around 80% of people are not familiar with the term just transition. So I think a lot has to be done also to build that awareness. That awareness should and could be built actually on inclusivity of the process. And I think this forum is precisely to stress the role of inclusivity of all important stakeholders. And last but not the least, this should lead to the capacity building, which we know very well from the key institutions engaged in the process that is lacking, and it has to be improved. We need to deal with the environment. I think this was also quite clear in the panel dedicated to environment, because the just transition is very much about the deal with nature, which is a absolute theme for the European Green Deal. As we know, this has to be implemented in our region. And finally, we need a financial deal, which is also something that will definitely be an important argument for our countries in the region when deliberating how to tackle challenges like carbon pricing, like how to redirect the finances into economy so it actually meets the challenges of the green growth policy, which actually should be probably the cornerstone of the paradigm shift that all the governments of our partners should attempt to agree on. So yes, I hope once again that you leave with this couple of headaches with you, but also with the enthusiasm that I think this initiative was about today to build, but is also about to continue to build. And thank you very much once again for your participation, and see you next time on the occasion of another event that we're going to organize. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all of you that were joining us online. And since I have the privilege of pampering you with coffee breaks, lunch breaks, I would like to pamper you with a cocktail that we'll be having right next door now, so you can keep on discussing the topic further. So thanks a lot and have a good evening.